Good morning. The Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services is now on the record. And I say a special welcome to all of the testifiers, the viewing and listening audience, and also my colleagues. As always, we give thanks and praises to the Most High. And yesterday, our country celebrated Memorial Day, and so I'd like us to all stand for a small tribute for Memorial Day. Thank you. You may be seated. So on Memorial Day, we remember those who gave their lives, the ultimate sacrifice. And Memorial Day is one of the most important holidays. And I'd like to briefly discuss just 3 local heroes: Kendall Emmanuel George, Vigor Sewer, and Emil White, and their Gold Star families. As you know, Gold Star families are the close relatives of those veterans that gave the ultimate sacrifice. So Emil White was a personal childhood friend of mine, and also former Senate President Sean Malone and Nick Daddy Friday. All of us grew up in Bavoni. He lived next to the Clark, the Turnbulls, the Jacksons, the David families. On our waterfront, there's a bronze plaque of his likeness erected for all to see right there on our waterfront. He lost his life at a naval station in Puerto Rico. He was just 22 years old. Rest in peace, our proud warrior, Emil White. And by a bill sponsored by our colleague, the senator from St. Savon, the 35th legislature honored Army veteran Kendall Emmanuel George by renaming Route 107 Coral Bay St. John in his honor. And his sister Jennifer and his brother Henry were present here in the chambers when we honored and celebrated him. 57 years ago, Kendall Emmanuel George gave his life in the Vietnam War. He was laid to rest in 1966 at the Moravian Church Cemetery in Coral Bay, St. John. He was 24 years at the time. Rest in peace, our proud warrior, Kendall Emmanuel George. The 35th legislature also honored and commended Vigor Sewer, co-sponsored by our at-large senator, posthumously for his ultimate contributions to the Virgin Islands, and we renamed East Route Road 10 on St. John in his honor. And also the American Legion Post on St. John is named the Vigor E. Sewer Post. Mr. Sewer joined the Army in February 1951. He was sent to Korea as a member of Company C. Vigor Sewer was killed in active duty at the age of 21. And also laid to rest at the Moravian Church Cemetery in Coral Bay, St. John. He was the first Virgin Islander to die in the Korean War, and he was awarded the Korean Service Medal, the United Nations Service Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, and the Republic of Korea War Service Medal. The Eastern Road, Route 10, is renamed the Vigor E. Sewer Road. Rest in peace, our proud warrior, Vigor Sewer. We honor all our brave heroes who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our country so that we can have liberty and freedom of expression. They are not forgotten. May the good Lord continue to bless all their souls. For May, we observe Mental Health Awareness Month. We are reminded that true wellness includes both the mind and the body. Mental health challenges affects individuals and families across our territory, often in silence. And we must continue working to remove the stigma around mental health and ensure that everyone has access to mental health care, support, and the understanding they need, whether it's stress, anxiety, depression, trauma. These mental issues deserve the same attention and compassion as any physical illness. And we are committed to building the Virgin Islands where mental well-being is a shared priority in our homes, schools, workplaces, and I'm sure the Commissioner of Health, who is here with us today, and also the Commissioner of Human Services, who is also here with us today, are in full support. May is also National High Blood Pressure Education Month, and this issue is particularly urgent for the Virgin Islands. High blood pressure, often called the silent killer, remains one of the top 3 risk factors contributing to poor health and early death in our territory. May is also Older Americans Month, a time dedicated to honoring the contributions, wisdom, and resilience of our senior citizens. In celebration, the Virgin Islands Legislature will host its annual Senior Citizens Day tomorrow. And thank you, thank you. Mr. Clerk, can I please have a roll call?
Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Present. Senator Fredericks, present. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Heiliger, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, present. Absent, sorry. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter, present. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Here.
Senator Vele, present. Mr. Chairman, 6 present, 1 absent.
Here. Gittins.
Mr. Chairman, 7 present. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you please proceed and read Block 1? Oh, I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of our Senate President, the Honorable Milton Potter. Welcome, Mr. President. Mr. Clerk, can you please read Block 1 into the record?
Block 1. Bill number 36-0050, an act repealing and reenacting with amendments titled 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, relating to the regulation of the profession of social work and social workers, sponsored by Senator Norville E. Francis, Jr. Bill number 36-0051, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work licensure, sponsored by Senator Norville E. Francis, Jr. Bill number 36-0043, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 53, Subsection 4, Section 1481, by increasing the penalties for violations of sanitation laws, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bolquez, Jr. Invited testifiers, the Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The Honorable Avril E. George, Commissioner, Virgin Islands, Department of Human Services. Ms. Juliet Millen, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Social Work. The Honorable Usta Encarnacion, Commissioner, Department of Health. Ms. Yvonne Woods, PhD, MSW, CSW, Program Director and Chairperson, University of the Virgin Islands. Ms. Sophia Joseph Parella, PhD, Clinical Director, Island Therapy Solutions. That concludes the reading of Block 1.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So now let's go to mic check. We're going to start on St. Thomas first. We'll start with the Commissioner of Health, and then we'll go to her left, and then we'll come back to the Assistant Commissioner and go to the left. So thank you. You may proceed. Mic check, name and title.
Good morning, everyone. Justa y Encarnacion, Commissioner of VI Department of Health.
Good morning, everyone. Avril George, Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Good morning, beautiful people. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good morning.
Health.
You may proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Winston Harris, Jr., Director for Division of Environmental Health, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, everyone. Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Morning. Juliet Millen, Board Member, VI Social Work Licensure.
And let's go to St. Croix, do a mic check on St. Croix, and then we'll go, oh yes, Assistant Commissioner, yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Nicole. Good morning, Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Good morning, Makish Taylor-Jones, Chief Legal Counsel for Virgin Islands Department of Health.
And then, is there any testifiers online by Teams? Yes, you go ahead. Name and identification.
Good morning, Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services.
Okay, thank you. And welcome to all. Who speaks to Bill number 36-0050? Senator Novell Francis, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to all our testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Bill number 36-0050 is an act repealing and reenacting with amendments Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20 relating to the regulations of professions of social work and social workers, and Bill number 36-0051, which is a companion legislation, is an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work Licensure. Social work is one of the fastest growing professions. According to United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, social work positions are expected to grow by as much as 7% between 2023 and 2033. The social work practice has changed significantly over the years. Unfortunately, the statute is stuck in 1983 and does not meet the demands of a rapidly changing industry. Today, social workers are expected to be culturally competent, support emotional and behavioral as well as mental health across our community, ensure access to public health and social justice, and help clients adjust to changes and challenges in their lives. These are a few of the roles that social workers perform. all of which are badly needed across our community. Bill number 36-0050 recognizes the industry's shifts that have taken place since 1983 and creates a regulatory landscape that not only support the industry's growth, but aligns with the educational standards and best practices. Most importantly, it creates a pathway to licensure for the students in the School of Social Work at the University of the Virgin Islands and for persons wishing to practice in the territory. This is done by updating definitions and educational requirements and adding categories and licensure terms and clarifying exemptions. Exemptions are particularly important when you consider that employees in the territory have been functioning as social workers, often without the need for educational requirement. These decades of experience cannot be discounted or ignored. It is important that this bill does not create any barriers to these men and women. Today's testifiers can speak to the need for this legislation and for its companion measure, Bill number 36-0051, which similarly updates the statute governing the Board of Social Work Licensure and give this board the tools to better monitor and respond to the regulatory landscape. I'm not a committee member here, but I ask for my colleagues' support as we move to address this long-standing 42-year-old bill that has been in our books for quite some time, and I thank you for your support on this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I'll also like to recognize the presence of Senator Kurt Vele, who speaks to Bill number 36-0051. Oh, you did both of them? Okay. Who speaks to Bill number 36-0043? Senator Bolkis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Mr. Chair and colleagues of the committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present Bill number 36-0043, which introduces thoughtful and long overdue updates to the public health enforcement framework by amending Title 19, Chapter 53 of the Virgin Islands Code. Section 1481, which outlines penalties for sanitation law violations, has remained unchanged since 1949. That's over 75 years ago. And in that time, the scope of our public health responsibilities has expanded. Yet the fines for violations has remained as low as $30 to $50. These amounts no longer reflect the seriousness of the health code violations or the cost of enforcing public health protections in today's environment. The legislation takes a measured approach to modernizing those penalties, and it introduces a structured system for the first offense, which increases also for the second and third violations. Also importantly, these fines only apply to repeated or serious violations and are coupled with clear procedures for warnings, corrections, and compliance support. The goal is not to punish, it's to prevent, educate, and to protect our people. The bill also incorporates broader reforms recommended by the Department of Health. It ensures that health permits must be visibly displayed alongside inspection grades, increasing transparency for the public. It establishes a formal process for the suspension and revocation of permits, including defined timelines, reinspection, procedures, and hearing rights. Businesses that receive a notice, I apologize, Mr. Chair. Businesses that receive a notice of suspension or revocation will have the opportunity to respond with evidence and appeal for a protected legal structure. Mr. Chair and colleagues, in 2019, a comprehensive study conducted by the National Environment Health Association found that our fines here in the Virgin Islands were 31 times lower than the average among comparable jurisdictions. This puts the Virgin Islands out of step with national standards and practices and at risk. Low fines fail to deter non-compliance, encourage bad actors, and absorb penalties at the cost of doing business, and jeopardizes the health of our residents and visitors alike. Let me be clear, the bill is not to target any local businesses, but to operate responsibly with those who are impacted. This legislation reflects that balance, and it prioritizes due process and respects responsible business owners and safeguards our public. Colleagues, I ask for your support of Bill number 36-0043. I'm not a member of this committee, but I hope that through the discussion here today, we will see the importance of amending this section of the code. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkis. And we have some testimony also from Dr. Yvonne Woods, and she had a serious medical emergency. And so what we'll do is after all of the testifiers present their testimony, we will then have Mr. Clerk read her testimony, because that's important testimony, and I know that she is excused. Colleagues, we have 3 important bills to discuss. One relates to the social workers, and one relates to the Board of Licensure for that profession, and then the other one address a long-standing issue of penalties for sanitation violations. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the testimony of Commissioner of Human Services, Dr. Earle George. Commissioner George, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Good day, Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, Chairman of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, committee members, and other senators present, colleagues, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Earle George, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Joining me today via Zoom is my Assistant Commissioner, Carla Benjamin. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0050, a measure intended to update the statutory framework governing the profession of social work in our territory. The Department of Human Services supports the intention behind this legislation and acknowledges the importance of revising and reenacting Chapter 20 of Title 27 of the Virgin Islands Code to better align our social work licensures laws with current standards of practice, education, and workforce realities. We also appreciate that this legislation brings long-needed clarity to licensure levels and empowers the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work licensure with stronger regulatory oversight. The department would like to raise several important concerns and suggest technical corrections for the committee's consideration. These suggested revisions aim to enhance the accuracy, fairness, and practical implementation of the bill, particularly in the context of the department's urgent workforce needs and the realities of professional licensures in the Virgin Islands. Language recommendations and technical corrections. The one, use of masters with apostrophe S versus master or graduate, page 3, line 3, and elsewhere. Throughout the bill, we recommend replacing the word masters with apostrophe S with either master or graduate when referring to the licensure level. The licensure title is a competence designation, not an educational degree descriptor. Other licensure levels, such as licensure social work, licensed social worker, or licensed clinical social worker, do not reference degree types in their titles. Additionally, jurisdictions across the United States typically use the terms master or graduate rather than master apostrophe S. This would correct a grammatical inconsistency akin to referencing a driver's license instead of a driver's apostrophe S license. 2, reordering of licensure levels in Section 533, page 4. Subsections B through E of Section 533 list the type of licenses available through examination. For clarity and logical flow, we recommend reordering the levels from least credentialed to most credentialed. Social work associate, licensed social worker, licensed master or graduate social worker, and licensed clinical social worker. This reordering makes the information easier to follow and understand for both professionals and the public at large. 3, correction of licensure title, page 5, line 12. The reference to licensed independent clinical social worker appears to reflect an unintentional blending of outdated and current terminology. We recommend striking independent and using only licensed clinical social worker, the correct and current title. 4, protection of degree titles, page 6, lines 6 to 13. The bill currently proposed to prohibit individuals from using terms, letters, and symbols, including BSW and MSW. These are academic degree designations, not licensure titles. Individuals earn the right to use these degree initials throughout rigorous academic study and significant financial investment. Prohibiting the use of these terms is not only unconscionable, but it misinterprets the distinction between education, educational attainment, and professional licensure. Displaying an earned academic credential does not equate to practicing as a licensed social worker. We strongly urge the committee to reword this section to protect against the unauthorized use of licensure titles, not academic degrees. 5, terminology cleanup. Page 7, line 3, page 8, lines 4 through 6, and line 20. Page 7, line 3, after redesignated as a, strike the word certified. Page 8, line 4 through 6, greater clarity is needed regarding the future status of certified independent social workers. If this title is being retired, why is it being preserved for a subset of individuals? If these professionals do not qualify for the new clinical license, what level do they practice at now? If a retirement tier license is the goal, it should be crafted intentionally and clearly. Page 8, line 20, section 3. Opens with references to the proposed new title, but lapses into outdated terminology in line 23. We recommend strike certified after the and before social line 23, strike certified again at the end of the line, and strike independent at the start of line 24. Insert licensed clinical before the word social. 6, legal clarity, page 11, line 7. Please clarify where in the Virgin Islands statutes the regulation of judicial review of administrative action is codified as reference. The bill should cross-reference this statutory framework explicitly to avoid confusion and to ensure due process. 7, clarification on existing board authority. The current Board of Social Work Licensure was established in 1983 by Section 538 of Title 27, Chapter 20, and later amended in 1987. This bill does not create a new board, but instead transfers its governance to new sections 546 through 547. The legislation should clearly repeal or amend Section 538 to avoid confusion and ensure that the authority of the board is codified in a single coherent section. 8, establish of a registry for licensed and inactive social workers. The department respectfully recommends that Bill number 36-0050 include provisions requiring the creation and maintenance of an official registry of licensed social workers, both active and inactive, in the Virgin Islands. This is a standard practice in many states where such registries serve as vital tools for workforce planning, public transparency, and regulatory oversight. We believe that the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work Licensure, in collaboration with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, should be explicitly authorized and required to maintain a regularly updated, publicly accessible registry. This registry would provide clear, centralized information on the licensure status of individuals, including full name and licensure level, license number and issuance date, and license expiration date or inactive status. Such a resource would benefit employers, institutions, and the general public by allowing for easy verification of credentials, reducing the risk of title misuse, and enhancing accountability. It would also support more effective workforce analysis by giving policymakers a better understanding of the availability and mobility of qualified social workers within our territory. The department urges the Senate to consider including this registry requirement in the final version of the bill to ensure that our licensure framework aligns with the best practices and meet the needs of a modern regularity environment. This need not require significant additional resources as the jurisdiction already has a functioning business search tool on the DLCA website. The search results would just need to be expanded. Workforce impact on the Department of Human Services. The Virgin Islands faces an acute shortage of social workers, and the Department of Human Services is one of the largest employers of social workers in the territory. Filling these positions has always been challenging. The proposed licensure requirements could unintentionally worsen an already precarious situation. Supervision requirements, Section 532, Practice of Social Work. This section proposed that all levels of licensed social workers be supervised by a licensed master social worker or licensed clinical social worker. This provision has the potential to disenfranchise a significant number of qualified and experienced professionals currently employed by the department. Many of our licensed social workers have over 25 to 30 years of experience, but do not hold an MSW due to historical availability of programs. Hold graduate degrees in education or other related fields because no MSW programs were available in the territory at the time. Our current supervisors, who are deeply embedded in a social work system and essential to the functioning of child welfare and adult services. Disqualifying them from supervisory roles would be not only demoralizing, but destabilizing to the entire DHS structure. The legislation must be revised to include a pathway for experienced practitioners, especially those already employed in supervisory roles, to continue supervising social work personnel. Grandfather clauses or equivalency provisions should be added. We do appreciate that the legislation repeatedly described the licensure exams as the examination designated by the board. This provides welcome flexibility for the board to designate appropriate examinations that consider workforce realities and regional access to licensure preparation. Workforce propriety disclaimer. The department fully agrees with the definition of practice of social work as described in Section 531B. These duties are indeed ones commonly performed by social workers. However, the list provided is not exhaustive, nor are these duties exclusive to social workers. Many of the same tasks are performed at varying levels by professionals and paraprofessionals across the human services continuum. As in the medical field, where roles range from certified nursing assistants to physicians, social services also encompass a broad array of roles and experiences and expertise. At DHS, this includes social service aides, intake counselors, caseworkers, family service specialists, social workers, and others. These roles require qualifications ranging from high school diplomas to advanced degrees and certifications. We strongly oppose any interpretation of the bill that would suggest individuals in these other roles who are social workers are violating the law by performing overlapping tasks. Their contributions are critical to DHS operations and must be protected under this revised statute. Confidentiality/responsibility regarding minors. Section 537A3 states that social workers may be required to testify in court in matters involving crimes against minors. This is a valid point, but shall not be read in isolation. Under current Virgin Islands law, Particular 5 VI Code Section 2544, mandated reporter, and Section 2538, abrogation of privileged communication, social workers are already required to report suspected child abuse and may not claim confidentiality in such cases. Their duties begin at the point of disclosure, not just when called to testify. We recommend that this section be revised to reflect these legal realities and reinforce the priority of protecting children over preserving confidentiality in abuse-related cases. For example, by stating that social workers are mandated, reported, and must report suspected child maltreatment, that privileged communication is abrogated in such matters and that they may be required to testify in court. In closing, the department thanks the sponsor of this bill and the members of the 36th legislature for giving thoughtful attention to the long-standing and critical issue of social work regulation. Updating our licensure framework is a necessary and meaningful step toward ensuring that the profession remains credible, consistent, and competent across all levels of service. This bill, if implemented with careful attention to technical accuracy and workforce realities, has the potential to bring the Virgin Islands in line with best practices across jurisdictions, while also preserving the unique strengths and lived experience of our local professionals. At the same time, this legislation cannot be advanced in a vacuum. It must respond to the operational realities faced by public agencies like the Department of Human Services, where many of our most seasoned and impactful social workers have served for decades. Their knowledge, experience, and contributions cannot be erased by well-intentioned but overly rigid requirements. Rather, their expertise must be preserved and recognized through inclusive provisions that allow them to continue mentoring and supervising the next generation of social workers. With the recommended revisions and clarifications outlined in this testimony, the department believes that Bill number 36-0050 can achieve its intended purpose to elevate the profession of social work, protect vulnerable individuals and families, and establish a forward-looking, flexible, and enforceable system of licensure that reflects both national standard and local needs. The Department of Human Services stands ready to collaborate with the committee, the bill sponsor, and the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work Licensure to finalize a statutory framework that works in practice, not just on paper. We urge this body to proceed with care and partnership, mindful of the balance between progress and practicality and the lives that will ultimately be impacted by this legislation. Thank you again for the opportunity to present this testimony and for your continued commitment to strengthening the social work profession in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Avril George, for that testimony. Mr. Clerk, can you read the testimony of Dr. Yvonne Woods?
Honorable Milton E. Potter, President of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Senator Ray Fonseca, Chairman on the Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services, Senator Norville E. Francis, Jr., Chairman of the Budget, Appropriation, and Finance Committee, and bill sponsor of Bill number 36-0050. Other members of the 36th Legislature, fellow testifiers, members of the social work community, as well as the listening and viewing audience, I extend to you a warm Virgin Islands good day. Thank you, Chairman Fonseca, for the invitation and the opportunity to address this body on Bill number 36-0050, an act repealing and reenacting with amendments Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, relating to the regulation of the profession of social work and social workers in the Virgin Islands. Let me first apologize for my absence here today, but it could not be helped as I agonize over the emergent situation that unexpectedly came about. I eventually realized that there was only one right choice. As I reflected on what social workers around the globe do on a daily basis, I am reminded of the important and variant roles that we play in the community and most significantly in our own families, and how my response to this urgent and potentially life-threatening situation appropriately fits into this discussion today. Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for understanding my dilemma and assuring that this was the right choice. Secondly, I would like to introduce myself. and provide a brief snippet into my background as a social worker and a real-life example of why I am in strong support of this bill. My name is Yvonne Woods, and I am the Program Director of the Social Work Department at the University of the Virgin Islands, where I am also an assistant professor who teaches social work courses on both the graduate and undergraduate levels. Our mission is to prepare social workers to honor and promote the resiliency of individuals, families, groups, communities, institutions, and systems in the Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, and its diaspora through ethical, evidence-based practice and advocacy that centers on the cultural, historical, political, economic, and environmental experiences, needs, and rights of those served. Our program have two overarching goals. Goal one is to prepare students for ethical, competent, generalist social work practice, which requires knowledge grounded in scientific inquiry, values that foster respect for differences, and trauma-informed, cultural responsive skill for promoting individual and community well-being. Goal two is to advance the knowledge and skills of students as generalist practitioners to engage in ethical, evidence-based practices and advocacy with and for children, youth, and families in the VI, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. These two main goals serve as the foundation for designing the curriculum, assessing the effectiveness and core competency of students, and guides the program's development, which are based on the Council of Social Work Education, educational policies, and accreditation standards. These core competencies encompasses a range of 9 skills, and all the syllabi for the courses that the faculty teach are built on these 9 competency areas. As a direct and indirect service provider, I am in strong support of Bill number 36.0050 because it addresses social work academics' vital role in shaping the profession through teaching, research, and community engagement. As a teacher, we are tasked with equipping future social workers with theoretical knowledge and practical skills, conducting research to advance the field and contribute to policy discussions. We also mentor students, supervise their projects, advise them on career paths to ensure they are well prepared for their future roles. This licensure and regulation mandate is poised to significantly impact the reputation of social workers to effectively serve clients and boost their overall self-esteem. In 1915, when education reformer Abraham Flexner questioned whether social work was indeed a true profession, it was a transformative moment in history that may have provided the impetus for social work establishing itself as a respected and legitimate player in addressing social issues and defining its role as a necessary part of society's social structure. As a lifelong social worker, I welcome any opportunity to discuss these matters because it is through our collective effort that we hold true to our purpose, which is to craft, update, and always maintain a functional human blueprint to support the well-being of every person in the local community, the diaspora, as well as those in the global communities that may need our support. I strongly believe that when we support well-being, we are only ensure everyone's ability to reach their potential and fully contribute to the community. It is also a means for helping our communities to thrive and remain vibrant, and remain a vibrant place to work, a vibrant place to live, work, and play. It is this spirit that I support Bill number 36-0050, an act to regulate the social work profession and social workers in the Virgin Islands. It is a measure that is long overdue. I would like to thank Senator Francis, Fonseca, and all the other stakeholders for illuminating and making this momentous journey a reality, particularly for social workers in the Virgin Islands. As the profession continue to evolve dramatically and grow exponentially, it is expected that UVI and other schools of social work will pass the torch on to their students in advancing and shaping the profession through the process of teaching and sharing their knowledge and expertise with future generation of the profession. Regulations in social work teaching practice is ensure the quality, consistency, and safety in the education and training of social workers through the enforcement of the standard of practice. These standards are often reviewed and updated to reflect best practices and evolving needs. Given the strict discipline, depth of social work knowledge, and tenacity it takes to become licensed, I work with Mary Jo Monahan, former CEO of the Association of Social Work Board, ASWB, that licensure and regulation do help to evaluate social work. She maintains that in practicing self-regulation, all social workers voluntarily adhere to the NASW Code of Ethics. Therefore, when a social worker becomes licensed, the aspirational goals of the code become a legal obligation. Additionally, licensure establishes requirements to demonstrate competency to practice through graduation from an accredited program, experience, good character, and demonstrations of the knowledge, skills, and ability needed for competent practice. But most importantly, regulations protect clients by providing them recourse and holding the licensed professional accountable to do no harm. Accordingly, according to Mary Jo, licensed professions, including social work, are legislatively declared as a professional practice affecting public health, safety, and welfare, and subject to regulations and control in the public interest. ASWB's Model Social Work Practice Act, which offers guidance about best practices for social work regulation, expand on that definition, stating only qualified persons should be permitted to engage in the practice. Licensures and regulation therefore evaluates the profession because the privilege to practice is recognized in law and is something that is earned. Maintaining a license therefore becomes a professional expectation. In conclusion, I urge the committee to pass the bill to ensure the continued effectiveness of social work practice in the Virgin Islands. By becoming licensed, social workers serve the public by embracing the social work value of service, integrity, competence, and social justice. Regulation promotes the profession because it transforms aspirations into legal standards, including ethical behavior and consumer recourse. But licensure allows for a lifetime of practice with opportunities to advance careers. Before licensure was the law and required, there was no recourse for people who was harmed. When a state or jurisdiction licenses a social worker, we are assured the public that these practicing social workers have met the minimum standards of competency for the profession. That assurance is at the heart of our commitment as regulators and gives the public an avenue to have their complaints addressed. Let's face it, If licensure is the gateway to better public protection, it stands to garner more respect for the profession and ultimately becomes one of the keys to ensuring that social workers can continue to do what we do best, helping others. Thank you for your time and consideration. Yvonne I. Woods, PhD, Program Director, Assistant Professor of Social Work, University of the Virgin Islands. That concludes the reading, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll proceed with the testimony from the Board of Social Work Licensure. You may proceed.
Good day, esteemed members of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee and other members present. I am Juliette Millen, board member of the VI Board of Social Work Licensure. On its behalf, it's an honor and privilege to address you regarding two significant pieces of legislation, Bill 36-0050 and Bill 36-0051. First, Bill 36-0050 proposes revisions to the VI Code, Title 27, Chapter 20. The second bill, 36-0051, concerns the composition of the board. Both bills have been sponsored by Senator Novelle Francis. It is crucial to acknowledge that the current laws governing social work licensure have remained unchanged since their inception in the 1980s. Although there was an attempt at revision in the late 1990s, it did not succeed. Since 2008-2009, the board has diligently worked towards updating these laws, with invaluable assistance from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, legal counsel, and representatives from the Association of Social Work Boards. We have reached a consensus and are presenting the proposed changes encapsulated in these bills. Some of you may already be familiar with the Social Work Interstate Compact, having been briefed by the Association of Social Work Boards representatives at the National Conference of State Legislature. For those who may not be familiar, the Social Work Interstate Compact facilitates licensed social workers' ability to practice across member states without the need of multiple licensures, provided uniform qualifications are met. However, for the Virgin Islands to join this compact, it is essential to first implement the revisions outlined in the proposed bills. To date, 26 states have passed legislation enabling their participation in this compact. The changes before you aim to modernize regulations in alignment with the evolving field of social work. Historically, social workers were predominantly employed in government agencies. Today, they serve in various settings, including nonprofit organizations and private practice. Additionally, the proposed revision will standardize classification titles with national norms. For instance, the designation of certified social worker will transition to licensed master social worker, and certified independent social worker will now be referred to as licensed clinical social worker. Furthermore, Bill 36-0051 introduces a pivotal development, the addition of a public member to the board. This inclusion underscores the board's commitment to ensuring broader representation and accountability. It is crucial to emphasize that while adopting these changes, we must maintain focus on the primary purpose of regulation, safeguarding the public. In closing, I wish to express my profound gratitude to my fellow board members, both past and present, the staff of DLCA and of ASWB, for their dedicated efforts in advancing these important legislative initiatives. I also extend sincere thanks to Senator Francis for his invaluable sponsorship of these bills. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to address this body. I remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Board Chair Millen. Okay, next we will receive testimony from Licensing and Consumer Affairs. You may proceed.
Mic test. Good morning. Good morning, Senator Ray Fonseca, Chair of Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services of the 36th Legislature of the VI, senators of the committee, non-committee senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, hereinafter referred to as DLCA. Today I'm joined by my General Counsel, Geraldine P. Vaval, and Board Chair, Miss Juliet Millen of the VI Board of Social Work Licensure. We thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify before the 36th Legislature on Bill number 36-0050 and Bill number 36-0051, an act amending Title 27 of the VI Code by appealing and reenacting with amendments to Chapter 20 relating to the licensure and practice of social work, hereinafter referred to as the Act. Since the profession of social work profoundly affects the lives of the people of the Virgin Islands, it is the purpose of this Act to ensure the public is protected by setting standards for those engaged or seeking to be engaged in the practice of social work within the territory. Social workers, based on the level of experience and licensure, may engage in services including but not limited to case management, coordination, consultation, clinical diagnosis, and mental health therapy. The services that social workers provided are vital in supporting the quality of life for the residents of our territory. Presently, oversight of the social workers in the Virgin Islands falls under the authority of the VI Board of Social Work Licensure, which operates under the umbrella of DLCA's Office of Boards and Commissions. The board is responsible for vetting applications for licensure, verifying credentials and experience, approving candidates for examination, issuing licenses, and enforcing compliance with ethical and professional standards. The board also reviews complaints, conducts investigations, and has the authority to take disciplinary actions against licensees when warranted. However, the existing laws and structure have not kept pace with the evolving standards and scope of practice required in the field today. This has limited the board's ability to address supervision gaps, ensure clarity on practice authority, and adapt to national standards in licensure and credentialing. If passed into law, the Act will clarify what constitutes the practice of social work and the scope of practice permitted by each respective license type. It further sets requirements through the promulgation of rules and regs to impose existing exam requirements and to establish the following: 1, procedure and qualifications for licensure; 2, continuing education requirements; and 3, appropriate supervision standards for social workers. The Act specifies those individuals who are exempt from licensure. It permits licensure by endorsement, encouraging social workers to be licensed and assisting in any current or future shortages of social work in the territory. The Act also strengthens grounds for disciplinary action to ensure that licensees abide by professional ethical requirements and codes of conduct. Overall, this Act sets higher standards and modernizes the laws governing the practice of social work to more national standards. However, there are areas in which the board recommends additional minute changes. Number 1, we request the section of 531, the Declaration of Purpose, be returned to the legislature as a DLC, and the board find it to be a great importance to avoid any misrepresentation and to ensure that rules and regulations are consistent with the underlying legislative goals and avoid unintended consequences. Number 2, due to the limited availability of the licensed clinical social workers who are able to provide direct clinical supervision of licensed clinical social worker candidates, the DLCA believes that the board should have discretion to approve alternative supervisors so that a licensed clinical social worker candidate can meet the experience requirements under the direct supervision of a licensed clinical social worker or other individual approved by the board. In addition to barring an individual from using any title or symbol to indicate licensure under Chapter 20, it should be made clear that individuals must not hold themselves out to the public by title or description of services as being engaged in the practice of social work. At least one member appointed by the board may be a retired licensee. Number 5, there are other minor suggested changes included ensuring consistency with the changes of license types proposed in the pending legislation. The complete proposed amendments to the pending bills are attached to this testimony. The DLCA is in full support of the proposed legislation and looks forward to its passage into law as it will be undoubtedly the best interest of the public. This act is a classic example of how the law ought to keep up with the practice of social work standards to protect the public's welfare. To this end, we welcome the opportunity to continue to participate in the legislative process in order to ensure that the final legislation reflects the best interests of the Virgin Islands community. My team and I stand ready to answer your questions and provide additional information.
Thank you, Director Millen, Board Chair Millen. We'll proceed with the balance of the testimony. Oh, sorry, that's right, Commissioner Millen. We'll proceed with the balance of the testimony from the board. Ms. Scanner. Okay, Husa Convention, Commissioner, you can proceed with your testimony on the environmental bill.
Senator, I'm not testifying on this bill. I'm testifying on 36-0043.
Yeah, we're gonna receive
Go ahead.
all testimony in the same block.
Wanted to be sure. Thank you, sir. Good day, Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, Chairperson of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, Honorable Senator Hubert Fredericks, Vice Chair, committee members, and all other non-committee members, and of course, the viewing and listening audience. I'm Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Joining me today are Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims and Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioners, McKeish Taylor-Jones, Chief Legal Counsel, and Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 360043, an act amending the Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 53, Subchapter 4, Section 1481, by increasing the penalties for violations of sanitation laws, sponsored by Senator Angel Borges, Jr. The Virgin Islands Department of Health stands in full support of the proposed legislation to increase environmental health fines as an essential step toward modernizing our public health enforcement framework. However, we respectfully recommend that this bill be expanded into a more comprehensive update of Title 19, Chapter 53, to better reflect the realities and responsibilities of environmental health regulation in the territory. Specifically, we urge the inclusion of findings from a recent actuarial study which supports setting fine as higher based on the actual cost of inspection, response, and mitigation. In addition, we propose amending the code to require food establishments to post their inspection grades in a visible location, update the procedure for suspension and revocation of health permits, and clarify the appeals process by permit holders. The United States Virgin Islands' current sanitation, fine, and citation schedule is severely outdated. According to the comprehensive 2019 study conducted by the National Environment Health Association, or NEHA, the current fine structure dates back to May 23, 1949, over 75 years old. During this time, the economic landscape, public health challenges, and environmental concerns have evolved dramatically, yet our enforcement mechanisms have remained stagnant. The NEHA study compared the U.S. Virgin Islands Division of Environmental Health's fees, fines, and citations with 10 similar environmental health agencies across the United States, including other island and coastal jurisdictions with tourism economies similar to ours. The findings were stark. First citation fine assessment showed that the U.S. Virgin Islands' current first citation amount is $30, which is 30 times below the means of $904 among comparable agencies. Second citation fine assessment showed that the USVI's current second citation amount is $50, which is 29 times below the means of $1,446 among comparable agencies. Third citation fine assessment showed that USVI's current third citation amount is $50, which is 35 times below the means of $1,665 among comparable agencies. Overall assessment uncovered that the USVI fine citation assessments average 31 times less than assessments from comparable agencies. In fact, the study concluded that the USVI's Division of Environmental Health fines and citation assessments are the lowest among all benchmark agencies by a significant margin. There is an impact of current low penalty structure. The severely outdated and inadequate penalty structure has severe negative consequences. One, lack of deterrence. The current nominal fees do not serve as effective deterrents for businesses that may consider violations of sanitation laws simply as a cost of doing business. Limited enforcement capacity. The Division of Environmental Health lacks the resources necessary to effectively enforce sanitation laws, particularly following the devastating impacts of Hurricane Irma and Maria in 2017. Public health risk. Ineffective enforcement directly impacts public health, potentially leading to increased foodborne illnesses, waterborne diseases, and other environmental health hazards. Economic costs. Public health incidences resulting from poor sanitation practices can damage our vital tourism industry, which depends on our USVI's reputation as a clean, safe destination. Bill number 36-0043 addresses these concerns by bringing sanitation violations penalties in line with the contemporary standards. I strongly recommend updating the penalty structure even further by using the NEHA study's findings as follows. First, citation fine increased from $30 to $900. Second, citation fine increased from $50 to $1,500. Third, citation fine increased from $50 to $1,700. These recommended amounts align with the statistical means identified in the comparative analysis and would bring the USVI's enforcement mechanism in line with comparable jurisdictions. There are also some benefits to updated penalties. Updating these penalties would create meaningful deterrence. Business would have a genuine financial incentive to comply with sanitation laws. Support enforcement. Higher penalties would signal the importance of sanitation compliance and provide resources for compliance. It would protect public health. Enhanced compliance would reduce environmental health risks to residents and visitors. Protect the tourism economy. Maintaining high sanitation standards supports the USVI's reputation as a premier destination. Demonstrative recovery progress. Following the 2017 hurricanes, this update demonstrates our commitment to rebuilding stronger institutional and safeguard environment. Addressing potential concerns. Some express concern that increasing financial burdens on local businesses. However, it's important to note that these penalties only affect non-compliant businesses. The vast majority of responsible business owners who maintain proper sanitation standards will never incur these fines. Additionally, implementing a graduated enforcement approach that includes education, warnings, and compliance assistance before imposing penalties would ensure that the primary goal remains improved public health rather than revenue generation. Proposed amendments to Title 19 VI Code, subsection 1433, posting of inspection grades as follows. In addition to updating the proposed health fines, we respectfully recommend an amendment to Title 19 of the Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 53, Subchapter 2, Section 1433. The Division of Environmental Health utilizes Food and Drug Administration's, or FDA, restaurants grading system. The grading system is a tool used to evaluate food safety practices and communicate results to the public. The purpose of the grading system informs consumers about the food safety conditions, motivates restaurants to maintain high standards, creates objective criteria for evaluating establishments, and reduces foodborne illnesses. Studies suggest grading systems correlate with decreased hospitalization rates for foodborne illnesses. Specifically, we propose revising the final sentence of the section to read as follows. Such health permit, along with the inspection grade, shall be posted in a conspicuous place within the business establishment. This amendment aims to further support transparency and accountability in food safety and public health practices, requiring establishments to display their inspection grades alongside their health permits, ensuring that customers are informed about the sanitation and the sanitary conditions and overall compliance status of the business they frequent. Proposed amendment to Title 19 VI Code, subsector 1434, suspension and revocation of health permits. The Department of Health proposes a full revision of subsection 1434 to clarify the procedures for the suspension, reinstatement, and revocation of health permits. This amendment provides a structured and transparent process of permit enforcement while ensuring public health is protected through timely corrective actions. In conjunction with the FDA code, specifically Chapter 8, Sections 801.2-20 and 904.10, this speaks to failure to comply with summary suspension orders issued by the regulatory authority. The revision includes the following key information. Clear grounds for suspension. The Commissioner of Health may suspend permits for violation of applicable laws or regulation. In cases of imminent health hazards, suspensions may be issued immediately without prior notice. Defend reinstate procedure. Permit holders must submit a written request for reinstatement, or a reinspection must occur within 2 business days. Reinstatement is granted only and once the regulatory authority confirms that the hazard or violation has been resolved. Revocation authority. The Commissioner may revoke permits for serious or repeated violations. Fair hearing process. Permit holders are afforded due process, including the right to contest or suspend or revocate present evidence, subpoena witnesses, and receive a written decision with appeal rights. This amendment ensures due process for permit holders while reinforcing the Department's ability to respond promptly and effectively to health risk. The changes aim to streamline enforcement, improve transparency, and protect the public through clear timelines and procedures. Proposed amendment to Title 19 VI Code, subsection 1435, appeals for suspension and revocation of health permits. This amendment clarifies the appeal process for permit holders following a suspension or revocation decision. It provides that permit holders have 30 days for the issuance of a decision to appeal to the appropriate judicial body, and a written notice of appeal must be filed within 10 business days of receiving the decision, outlining the grounds for appeal. This ensures due process while establishing clear, enforceable timelines for challenging regulatory actions. In conclusion, we want to thank you for your continued partnership in strengthening our public health infrastructure. Our mission is to reduce health risk, increase access to quality health care, and enforce health standards. The Department is committed to ensuring that public health standards across the territory are upheld through clear, enforceable, and modern regulations. By supporting the proposed increase in environmental health fines while simultaneously updating related sections of the code, such as inspection, grade, visibility, suspension, and revocation procedures, and the appeals process, we can create a more cohesive and accountable public health enforcement system. These changes will not only align with the findings of the actuarial study, but also bring the Virgin Islands in line with the best practices seen in other U.S. jurisdictions. We respectfully urge the legislature to consider these comprehensive amendments as a necessary and timely update to protect the health and safety of our residents and visitors alike. Mr. Chair, committee, and non-committee members, thank you for your time and your commitment to the health of our community. We stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Hussein Kanasyong, Commissioner of Health. Earlier, we was trying to get Kara Scanner from the Association of Social Work Boards online, and we're still having a technical difficulty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mr. Clerk read her testimony, and then hopefully we'll have her online by the time it's finished. So, Mr. Clerk, can you please read the testimony of Kara Scanner?
Senator Ray Fonseca, Chairman, Virgin Islands of the United States, Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services. Charlotte Amali, St. Thomas 00802, U.S. Virgin Islands. Support for Bill number 36-0050, Bill number 36-0051. Dear Chairman Fonseca and distinguished committee members, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Bill number 36-0050 and Bill number 36-0051. My name is Kara Sana. I am the Director of Regulatory Services for the Association of Social Work Board, ASWB. ASWB was founded in 1979 to develop and administer the social work licensing examinations used nationally. ASWB provides a breadth of resources, services, and technical assistance to support U.S. and Canadian member jurisdictions in their role to administer social work regulations for the protection of the public. ASWB supports Bill number 36-0050 and 36-0051 because the proposals align the U.S. Virgin Islands with majority of U.S. state regulatory frameworks. The increased adherence to consistent evidence-based regulatory standards and best practices strengthens public protection and increases access to quality social work services. Importantly, the changes proposed in the bill enables the United States Virgin Islands' future participation in social work licensure compact, further supporting Virgin Islanders by expanding service access to residents and employment opportunities to licensed social workers. ASWB staff and work with representatives of the United States Virgin Islands Social Work Board and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, DLCA, started in 2021, when the board identified the need to update its regulatory framework. ASWB appreciates the collaborative work of the board and DLCA and the opportunity to provide input in the development of the statutory proposal before you now. Board Chairman Juliet Millen and DLCA Commissioner H. Natalie Hodge has shepherded this process and provided leadership throughout. Central to the ASWB mission is public protection, ensuring safe, competent, and ethical social work practice throughout sound regulatory standards. It is for this reason that ASWB supports Bill number 36-0050 and 36-0051 as discussed below. Protecting public health, safety, and welfare. The proposed legislation strengthens and codifies licensure standards, ensuring that only qualified, ethical, and competent professionals are authorized to provide social work services. A well-structured licensing framework is essential to protecting vulnerable individuals and families, particularly in areas such as child welfare, mental health, and elder care. Support for regulatory strengthening. ASWB thanks the U.S. Virgin Islands legislature for taking meaningful steps to modernize and reinforce the current social work regulatory framework by adopting the proposed legislation. The bill ensures that licensure is based on consistent, validated benchmarks of education, competence, and ethical conduct, critical components for public safety and professional accountability, particularly in underserved communities. Alignment with national standards. Bill number 36.0050 and Bill number 36.0051 align with national best practices in licensure and supports broader efforts towards regulatory consistency. Specifically, the bill establishes clear licensure categories for bachelor's, master's, and clinical social workers, each with distinct scope of practice and titles like those used across the United States. Require demonstration of competence through successful completion of a validated uniform national competence assessment examination. The USWB exams are continuously vetted and provide an objective measure of entry-level competence to practice. Developed in partnership with licensed practitioners, the exams are subjected to rigorous psychometric evaluations and anti-bias review, consistent with standards set by the American Educational Research Association, the American Psychological Association, and the National Council of Measurements in Education. Promote licensure mobility by aligning with standards that facilitate cross-jurisdictional licensure recognition, a key consideration in addressing workforce shortages and meeting evolving public health needs. Bill number 36.0050 and Bill number 36.0051 establish a regulatory framework that enables practitioners from the United States Virgin Islands to join the Social Work Interstate Licensure Compact if it is adopted by the legislature. The compact allows qualified social workers to obtain multi-state licenses, improving mobility and access to care. Amid workforce shortages and rising demand for services, the compact reduces barriers to practice, enhances continuity of care for clients who move or travel, and lessen administrative burdens for licenses. It also strengthens public protection by upholding shared professional standards across jurisdictions. ASWB supports the compact as a vital step towards improving access to qualified social workers and ensuring consistent, high-quality care across state and territorial lines. ASWB commends the Virgin Islands legislature for its commitment to strengthening the regulations of social work and safeguarding public welfare by passing this legislation. ASWB stands ready to provide data, policy guidance, and technical support as you continue this important work. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully submitted, Kara Sana, Director of Regulatory Services, Association of Social Work Boards. That concludes the reading of the testimony, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, colleagues, we've heard all of the testimony for All three bills in this block, Bill number 360050 and 360051, semi-related with the social work agencies and creation of the board, and of course, Bill number 36-0043 deals with some specific issues regarding increasing some fees in environmental health areas. So I want to start first, Commissioner George, on page 5 of your testimony, you raised the issue of the priority of protecting children over preserving the confidentiality in abuse-related cases, and you gave an example. So you support the bill with that with that correction, basically, so that they can, you already said they're allowed to testify, they're required to testify in the court. Give me some more clarification on how these issues affect the confidentiality in those abuse-related cases.
Senator, I'll delay my answering to A.C. Benjamin, who is online, who's repeatedly in court in this matter. Assistant Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes, A.C. Benjamin, proceed.
Good morning, Assistant Commissioner. Carla Benjamin, DHS. Yes, DHS supports that section of the statute. We only ask that since the statute reads that social workers may be required to testify in court, that the bill's drafters consider adding that social workers are mandated reporters, and that in cases of maltreatment or harm to children, privileged communication is abrogated anyway. So if that section of the statute not only reads that they may be required to testify in court, that they are mandated reporters, so they are required to disclose any instances of abuse of children, that disclosure is not subject to privileged communication because privileged communication is abrogated, and that testifying in court may be required. Testifying in court is the last part of that process, but it is the only part of that process that's mentioned in the proposed statute.
Thank you. So we're going to go to a round of 7 minutes, and we'll proceed with Senator Novell Francis and Bokes. Both of you are bill sponsors. So we'll start with Senator Marvin Blyden, then Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Milton Potter, and then Senator Kurt Valey. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, staff, central staff, you and listening audience. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you so much for your most comprehensive testimonies on point, in my opinion. First, I want to start by saying I want to thank both bill sponsors for these bills. That's necessary. And I must say that the first in a long time, though, in terms of the testimonies, everyone agrees. Everyone had basically the same sentiments, which means we're in sync. I know that when it comes to bill number 36.0050 and 36.0051, in respect to repealing and reenacting amendments with Title 27, Chapter 20, related to the regulations of professional and the profession of social work and social workers, and also the act that amend again Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work Licensure. I know there are many recommendations, clarifications, and amendments that was stated in the testimonies to assist in strengthening the bill. And my wish moving forward is that when these bills come forward, the different entities, get together and, have discussion before we come here. so we can do that before, so we don't have to do so much amending, etc., moving forward. But very good recommendations, etc. But let me ask, though, in respect to assuring that the regulations is in line with the evolving field of social work, which the bill does. In respect to human services, in your testimony, you spoke to appearing in court. So my question is, in terms of social work associates, will they be able to appear in court unaccompanied by a licensed master social worker or technical social worker? That's one of my questions.
I'll refer to A.C. Benjamin to answer that question, sir.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. Specific to appearances in court are not tied to the title social work or social work licensure. Appearances in court are tied to the duties that the particular person performs.
I understand that, but based on also testimony in terms of assuring that it will assist in onboarding more social workers, so how will that hinder that part of social work and the work they do? I'm just asking based on what I'm seeing.
Yeah. So the concern that the Department of Human Services highlighted was the fact that currently there are individuals at the Department of Human Services who are licensed social workers who are not licensed master social worker, but for the fact that they do not have an MSW. But they're licensed, they've done child protective services, child welfare work, in some cases for upwards of 30 years. Based on this statute, they would then now be not qualified to be in a supervisory position of a social worker who may just be coming in, who may have 1 or 2 years. So them as a licensed social worker, 30 years experience, would not be able to supervise a social worker with 2 or 3 years of experience because they do not have that distinction of licensed master social worker. That was the concern that we have.
And how can we overcome that concern in your opinion?
We did say that.
How can we fix that?
So I'll use myself as an example. As a social worker, I came into government before the social work licensure exam came into existence. I mean, I've subsequently taken the master's level social work exam and passed it and have that jurisdiction, that credential. However, I first got a master's degree in education and guidance and counseling because that was all that was available in the territory. And then I went ahead and got a master's degree in social work. Not everybody is able to do that or willing to do that, but that does not discredit their ability to so supervise. So in our testimony, we did recommend that the board look at some sort of either grandfather clause or some other sort of equivalency delineation in terms of supervisors, licensed supervisors who have been supervising for eons. We're not talking about people who are not licensed, who are not appropriately social workers, who do not subscribe to the National Association of Social Worker Code of Ethics. We're talking about social workers who do not have MSWs for a number of reasons.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. And let me go to the board. Ms. Millen, good day. What's your take on that? And what's your recommendation also?
Good morning, Juliette Millen, board member of the VI Social Work Board Licensure. Your original question about associate testifying in court, once licensed, they're able to testify in court. Relative to the suggestions that Human Services has, the concerns, other boards had approached our board relative to questions to the bill. Human Services did not approach us. However, that concern that they have about supervisors can be worked by seeking a waiver. It's a simple matter. The bill doesn't need to be changed. They could just ask for a waiver based on what they have.
So can we just allow associates to work under the supervision of licensed social workers?
Currently, you have licensed social workers. You have individuals who have masters in other programs like counseling, like Assistant Commissioner Benjamin mentioned. But these individuals have licensed social work licensure. It might just be at the baccalaureate level, but they're providing the supervision to these staff. We hopefully, through the program that UBI has, hope to grow the field that actual social work supervision could be provided. But till then, we work with what we have. And like I said, waivers can be discussed.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may, with Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and they spoke to unintended consequences. Can you clarify and speak to Section 531 and the purpose, Commissioner, on page 3 of the testimony?
Morning. What page?
No, that's
DLCA.
That's DLCA. Yeah.
Morning, what page?
3 at the top. The first point, number 1. Please recognize Commissioner Hajj Mike. You made a request that Section 531, Declaration of Purpose, be returned to the legislation, etc. And the reason why? To avoid unintended consequences. Just clarify. Speak to that right quick, please. Clarify.
Mic check. Okay. Yeah. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner for Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We request this be returned to the board so the board will be aware of it. I think the intent is for the board to have this authority to do so, and not that it be but done by legislature only, but to give the board the authority to do so.
Okay, very well. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time. I thank you guys. Thank you all for your responses. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask either the Commissioner of DHS, Earle George, or Ms. Benjamin, in respect to the conversation of grandfather that's mentioned several times. What is the time certain that you're recommending? Is it an open-ended grandfather clause, or there's a time period that you believe that should be implemented? Because the goal should be to get everybody up to some standard, so what is the time period that you're recommending for grandfathers?
AC Benjamin.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner. We are not recommending that any additional individuals who have not been licensed and have extensive experience in supervision be grandfathered in. We're asking that individuals who are licensed, who have extensive experience in their fields, be grandfathered in to be able to continue to practice. To practice as in being able to supervise as they currently do. We're not asking for, so to answer the question, to allow supervisors who already are licensed and supervising to continue to do so. That's as far as the grandfathering goes. We're not asking to have anyone else ushered in direct conflict with the licensing standards that are being presented, because we have no objections to those.
Thank you very much. That's understood. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I wanted to just make sure now that Ms. Kara Scanner is online with us. Scanner, are you there? Yes, hi there. Good, welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, welcome. Okay, so I had a question for you. So there's 64 of the Social Work Licensing Authority in the United States and Canada. And this bill 360050 and 51 would promote licensure mobility and will also address work shortages. So what you're telling me now is that if we go ahead, we adopt this, it'll be one standardized licensure requirement, and we wouldn't have to, we can reciprocate and practice in the United States, and they can come down here. It'll all be recognized. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, thank you for the question. Kara Sanner, I'm the Director of Regulatory Affairs for the Association of Social Work Boards, and I do apologize I wasn't on in time to offer testimony, and thank you to Mr. Duggins who did that, read that. Thank you so much. I think the point of the testimony is that the changes that are being proposed through these two bills creates a uniformity of the regulatory framework in the United States Virgin Islands that is consistent with the majority of the U.S. jurisdictions. So certainly individuals going to another jurisdiction or wanting to practice under these current standards could do so according to the other jurisdictions' endorsement provisions. I think what this does is it sets up the framework for the territory to adopt the Social Work Licensing Compact, which then would really streamline licensure, opening up the availability of telepractice for duly licensed social workers in other areas outside of the territory, as well as offering employment opportunities for those individual social workers licensed within the territory, providing services to other U.S. jurisdictions. So yes, that was a long way of saying yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we're so glad that you were able to finally get connected, and thank you for being here. Quickly, Commissioner of Health, I want to go to you. I don't know if you or Director Harris going to ask, but regarding, just take an example. Right now, if a business has a grease trap violation, a grease trap is clogged, what is the fine for that, or is there a fine for that?
It has the three steps, first, second, or third. I'd let Director Harris speak to that more specifically.
Yes, Director Harris.
I'll cover for him. He had to step out to go to the restroom. Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, the current fine is $30.
Okay. And how about for the second offense?
$50.
And the third offense?
$50.
$50. Okay, I see Director Harris here running quickly back to the
And Director Harris will elaborate because it's a combination of citations, so it could amount to more than the $50. I'll let Director Harris elaborate.
Okay, so Director Harris, the question is that specifically for a grease trap violation, it's clogged or don't meet the specs, whatever. Right now, the maximum fine for the first offense is $30. And if I understand correctly, the new provisions that in this proposal, the amendment, would be from $30 up to $900 maximum. Is that how it is?
Watson Harris, Division of Environmental Director. Yes, Senator.
Senator, may I add to that just a little bit? It's important for us to be very clear with our fines, and the reason why we're saying that is it reduces, it allows us to use on very objective data-related issues. For example, one surveyor might read it as being $30, another might read it as $300, another might go all the way up to $900. So we're trying to be consistent with the way that we actually provide our fee scale, and so that's why I know that we're looking at up to $900, but we'd prefer to have a set documented figure so that it's completely objective as to how we do this.
Well, Sapopa. Okay. Point of information, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to point out that the updated fine structure is designed to target repeat or serious violations, not responsible business owners.
Correct.
In addition to that, depending on the parameters of the violation, then the enforcement officer he or she would be able to charge not more than $900 for the first offense based on the parameters of that violation. I'm not sure what that would include in the sense of grease trap in addition to whatever else, but it could potentially be the same $30 for the grease trap. Is that correct?
If I may answer, and that's why one of the things that we need to do is actually maybe look at a complete fee schedule or fee scale based on whether it's a grease trap or something a little bit more. But looking at other jurisdiction and looking at the actuarial study that was completed in 2019, it focused on specific numbers versus giving you a scale as to how you actually are doing it. So if we're saying that we need to add this to the bill so that it's consistent, or a policy within the Department of Health that actually is written so that there's not a guessing or that person has the authority to make a decision or discretion when they go in to serve that community member. It's very critical. And I just want to say that going back to what Senator Bullock said, it's for those who are not in compliance. And remember, the goal is good outcome, is better outcome, and decreasing the terms of health risk to the community. So even though the numbers may seem high, this is what happens every day nationally. We are how many years behind we're trying to catch up. So if we want to do it in an incremental manner, that's something that we can actually look at as well, but we have to make sure that we are consistent with what we're asking the community, or we will be hearing, and you, sir, will also be hearing from the constituents, I was charged this, and the other person was charged the other thing. So we have to be very consistent with what we're asking.
Yes, thank you. Senator...
Point of inquiry.
Senator Kirkville, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I like the bill, but I don't agree with the flexibility of the fines. I think it needs to be specific because you don't want to hear instances of one person being fined $200 and for the exact same thing, and the next person being fined $400 because of whatever. And that can occur. So, Commissioner, do you have a fee structure? Do you have something that you can propose in terms of being able to come up with a fee structure for all of the different offenses that can be embedded into this bill to provide clarity and fairness?
I think that that's something that we can actually work on. Do we have anything right now, Director, that speaks to that?
No, we do not have a fee structure for specific fines. Most of our inspections, not most, but all of our inspections are risk-based. And so the violations are based off risk that can cause people to get sick.
Okay, well, this is an opportunity to update this whole particular section. Can you put together a fee structure that can be codified?
I think that we can. One of the things that I think the community and you need to really hopefully understand is that it's not going to be $30. And we are way, way behind in our fee scale. So it has to be very similar to what we're requesting right now. One of the things that I spoke to the director about prior to is maybe we can start out, let's say the first year, have an increase, but not as high as 900, go to like 450 for the first level, and then go on beyond that, 750 for the second, 850 for the third level. However, like you said, and I agree with you, Senator VLA, it has to be consistent. But that's something that we can actually look at including as well.
Point of information.
Yes, Senator Bulkis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to place on the record that different businesses will have different types of violations. And some of them may include toxic materials, some may include regular household materials. I'm not sure, but we have the subject matter experts here before us. So the point being that a first offense based on the parameters of the violation can fluctuate in any one given direction at any given point in time based on the materials or the harm or potential harm to the public. So I asked that question to the Department of Health.
I'll refer to Director Harris and add if needed. Director Harris?
Yes. To answer your question, the violations were only based off of the high-level risk. The inspections that we conduct are called risk-based inspections. We look at things that can cause people to end up in the hospital, get sick real bad. So to answer your question, yeah.
Yes, you may proceed, Senator Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hence, why I believe that the recommendation of the department to have a penalty or violation scale of what we're seeing before us, one that can basically fluctuate based on the risk that is involved to that business. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Quickly, Commissioner Hodge Notley, how many businesses, specifically bars and restaurants, we have in the territory? Do you have a number?
No, but I can get that for you.
It's about 3,000, a little bit more than 3,000?
No, I think that's a little too high.
A little too high? But it's more than 2,000.
Let me check.
Okay.
Thank you.
See, here was, the Commissioner of Health has a lot of statutory authority and power. If you throw out the Virgin Islands law, the Commissioner of Health is like a super commissioner. You have a lot of statutory power. And, this is a situation, just take, for example, I want to see how the procedure would work. Okay, so the environmental director, Harris, said, well, Commissioner, I went to a business and the grease trap thing and, they ain't this and that. I'm recommending that you close them down. You have the authority to close them down for that violation, right?
Well, not for the grease trap. We can actually suspend. One of the things that we also work with DLC in terms of licensure, so we have to also remember that. But it also repetitive fines are actually given, and so it actually increases. Are you actually placing, because a grease trap, as simple as it sounds, can actually have high-risk mechanisms as well. So we want to make sure that the most thing is the consistency. Are you adhering to the compliance regulations? Are you indeed having subsequent violations? Are we basing it on that? And that's what we really have to base it on. The individuals, they're a higher percentage of businesses that follow our regulations than not. The ones that stand out are the ones that are not following our regulations. We have to hold them accountable. And I think that is indicated in the testimony, not just for recouping or having some revenue generation, but for the safety and the outcome of the people that they are serving, to reduce hospitalization and to reduce risk.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Point of information, Senate President Potter, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, I know, Commissioner, you really have the power to immediately suspend permits for what we call imminent health hazards.
Correct.
I just wanted to get a sense as to how is that determination made.
I'm going to refer to the director on that. And one of the things that we'll make available to you also is it's basically a test, and we actually have the federal regulations on hand that they are actually given prior to inspection, so that when we actually go to inspect, they already know exactly what they have to look for. But I'll let the director speak to that.
Director Harris here. Imminent health hazards, that means pretty much anything that can cause someone to get sick. Say, for example, I know Senator Fonseca mentioned grease trap. Grease trap is very important. You can have a backflow back into the establishment. Microorganisms go up in the air, falls into food, folks get sick. Misuse of toxic materials, maybe using spray that is not suitable for a restaurant. And so anything that can cause folks to get sick immediately, there's no way to mitigate it at that point. And that can be ranging from poor temperatures to infestation of rodents.
Okay. So for the past, let's say the past 2 years, how many situations rose to the level where you had to suspend their license because of an imminent health hazard threat? For the past 2 years, just so I can get a sense.
I could say less than 10, pretty much.
Territory-wide?
Territory-wide. Majority of the establishments, they're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, point of information, Senator Nova Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think what I'm hearing the Senate President was inquiring is in terms of the procedure by which you're able to issue a cease and desist or for individuals to become in compliance. And of course, whenever you do, stop is for a time certain, maybe 72 hours, 48 hours, whatever. If you could just explain the procedure by which you do that, bring the individual in for a hearing, a due process hearing, and then at such time, then you'll determine whether or not you could impose a more serious penalty or time certain foreclosure and compliance issue. If you could just talk about that procedure in terms of stopping a business that may be in non-compliance.
Director, I would ask the director to speak about the documentation that's actually being used on a regular basis in inspection, and there is a percentage a number that you have to go above in order for that to occur. So I let him define that a little bit more clearly.
So the risk-based inspections, it's accompanied by a grading system as well. From A to D, or A to F, pretty much with D and F being a failure. If we see that an establishment has some issues, for example, repeated offenses with the potential to reach to an imminent health hazard, that's where we can recommend to the commissioner for the closure of the establishment until they get into compliance.
Senator, if I may.
Yes, you may.
I just want to provide assistant.
Mic is on.
Yeah, tell media to recognize. Tell media to recognize his mic.
Testing.
It's good. It's on.
Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, Virginia Department of Health. I just want to provide a broader context. It is the Department of Health's goal to reduce health risks. Let me provide some data around those health risks. 9.9 for there are foodborne illnesses and waterborne illnesses. According to CDC, 9.9 million illnesses occur per year. Foodborne illnesses occur per year, which results in 53,300 hospitalizations and 931 deaths. The economic cost is between $17 and $75 billion annually. That's just for foodborne. For waterborne, similarly, 7.15 million illnesses per year results from waterborne. 118,000, which results in 118,000 hospitalizations, 6,630 deaths. The economic impact is approximately $3.3 billion annually. The consequence for just picking two, One of the pathogens for foodborne illnesses is norovirus. It can be acquired from ready-to-eat foods, fresh produce, and shellfish. And it's the leading cause of outbreaks and hospitalizations. I'm going to go down to E. coli, which we might be familiar with. It can be acquired from ground beef, leafy greens, and raw milk. The severity of it is kidney failure. So it is our Department of Health's goal to protect the public against these afflictions. Just to provide some overarching context.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy. We'll have Senate Chair, Vice Chair Lorenzo Frederick. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues, the listening and viewing audience, my wonderful staff and central staff. Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to...
Mike, we can...
I just wanted to share with you my background being a former Deputy Commissioner of Health and also being over environmental health. I'm quite familiar with the process. I've been involved in closing down establishments, so I know the challenges that the inspectors have to go through. I would like to see a process where we could have some uniformity in applying fees or fines to establishment and not this haphazard approach, because some people will tell you, I got closed down. And when you see what they got closed down for, someone else had more severe situations in their establishment and they were still open. So this bill seeks to address some of these issues, and I'm supportive with parts of this. As I mentioned to one of my colleagues, I'm concerned about the amount of money that we're talking. We're going from $30 to $1,700, right? Is that correct? And that brings up a lot of head scratching, because you're looking like the first one is the first tier is from $30 to $900. Second violation from $30 to $1,500, and then the fourth up to $1,700. So there's a lot of play between there. We don't want the public to feel like when something happens, I'm going to be stuck with this huge bill. Bills normally get passed on to customers. So we ultimately all will pay for that. There's no which way around this. You know, businesses pay the fine, and it's going to be reflected in our purchasing when we buy something from them later on. That's just how it works. So to avoid all that, let's make it so that if someone is doing something wrong, let's penalize them, but give them an opportunity to fix the problem. And if this particular establishment wants to be difficult, then we graduate the penalty. Fair enough. And at that point, we keep it so that it's fair, it's transparent, everyone knows what's coming next, and it reduces them having to run to these hearings. Hearings are neat. It's cute to have, but look how much time they consume. How many business owners have time to sit and go through this process? Most of them will just write you a check. And for those people who just want to write a check, maybe we should charge them a premium. You did something wrong. I know it was wrong. Okay, you want to go through a hearing? No? Well, write a check then. And then when they abuse that, then we go beyond that. But we really need to have the business community as well reflect their concerns in a situation like this. I'm happy to see that all the government agencies are here to, discuss their perspective, but from a business perspective, since I'm a business owner and I've owned 2 restaurants in my lifetime, I could tell you, sometimes I felt it was unfair. I had the cleanest restaurant, but I was fine because someone saw a dead roach. What am I supposed to do with that? We had all the exterminating, up to date, everything was fine. And the dead roach was somewhere behind some box. And so my restaurant was fined a very high amount for that. And I was upset because I know none of my workers wanted that to happen. The level of discretion that we give our enforcement officer is high. They could determine, a lot. I mean, that's just how it is. So we just have to be very careful. Mr. Harris, Director Harris.
Yes, Senator. So,
in your experience, I know some fast food restaurants, for example, they tend to have a lot of issues because of their turnover with their workers. But at the same time, they tend to have a lot of regulations in place, policies and procedures because they're a franchise. Have you ever had a situation where you visited that establishment repeatedly trying to resolve issues and finding didn't seem to make a difference?
Yes, Senator.
Ultimately, what was the disposition? In any random, don't name anyone, but ultimately, what did you have to do after you got tired of just repeating yourself?
Well, after trying to get him into compliance, after repeated inspections and visits, we had to close them down until they actually correct the violations. I want to touch on a topic of the dead roach.
The dead roach.
Yeah, so the example of that, because we're doing risk-based, right? The risk base is equal to the probability of the failure times the consequence of the failure. So for example, prior to us going to risk-based inspections, they were allowing us to close if you see one roach. But now, because we're on risk-based inspection, a dead roach is something good. It's showing that your exterminating is working. We're looking at things that can get you sick, not one dead roach.
30 seconds.
Correct, and that was my point when I was speaking to the inspector, but they didn't want to hear that. I was closed. Now, keep in mind, customers are also sensitive to anything they see that might be out of the way. A hair, something that's not proper, something in their salads. And then you're called out. I had a bad experience. You guys need to send the Department of Health. And next thing you know, the business is at risk to being fined or closed down. And it's something that, although we're trying, Assistant Commissioner Malloy talked about some of the risks, E. coli and all that stuff, it is always an existing risk that we all have to deal with. Everything we consume has some level of risk. We pray that it comes from the States, okay, and we pray that they wash it and they cook it properly before we consume it, but there's still risks. People can still get sick. I want to make sure that when we put these fines together, that we're not penalizing people who are still trying to do the right thing, but circumstances happen. And that, we don't close them down or they don't pass on these fees to us as a community, and then next thing you know, we can't even afford to go out to eat. So I'm asking that when you consider this legislation, which I think it has some merit, we could work on it. We could probably strengthen some parts that, if you see in your experience, Commissioner, if you see some ways that we could make it better for our community, please let us know so we could add some teeth to it, because I can see right now it's there's some leeway in there, and it's unsettling for me.
Okay, if I may, I'm going to lean on your public health experience for this as well. I think that the director indicated that we are focused more on a risk-based assessment, and the evaluation and the report comes out from that. I think that you would have to actually see the form that we use. We go down a list, but that form isn't just used on when the inspection actually takes place. We actually educate the business owners before we regulate them. So they get a copy of what the inspection list looks like So a lot of the individuals that are non-compliant do not take the opportunity and the time given to them to study what that list, because it's a test, to study what that list is, and then when we go back to conduct the assessment, they may fail because they have not adhered to the compliance and the regulations that's listed on the list that they were given. So I think that to indicate that, and a lot of what you're speaking about seems to be older than where we are right now in terms of risk-based assessments. So let's focus on where we are today in terms of risk-based assessment and how we can actually utilize that checklist that allows. And I have to say that going back to what Senator Villa indicated, we could come up with a scale. Most of the other jurisdictions within the nation has a one number in terms of what the fee schedule would be, or the fee scale would be, or the non-compliance set would be. So we can do it that way, which our bill actually, or the bill is actually asking for, or if we develop a fee scale, it would be more local versus national. The trend is to get more consistent with national standards because that's how we compare data. If we continue to do things locally, we're not going to be able to compare our data because we are judging ourselves based on a local standard. So I maybe going back to what we said, how do we incrementally increase the request for fees? So what are we doing? How do we change the fees annually to get up to the 900, to get up to the 1,500, but not to say we're going to stick to the $30. We want some kind of incentive for the individuals to do right by the people of the Virgin Islands. And really and truly, going to emergency room, we would have to, and we could get those numbers for you. Foodborne illnesses attack so many different people. It's not out there, but we could get those numbers for you. Once you are sick from a foodborne illness, you're sick, especially fish, but you're sick for a very long period of time. That's hospitalization, that's cost.
Okay, but Commissioner, I'm not talking about not having a fee-based scale in place. I agree with that totally. I'm saying to make sure it's fair, it's equitable, so restaurants, so businesses don't feel like there's some bias based on the regulatory arm that's imposing these fees.
And that's where then, like for example, we spoke about the National Environmental Health Association, or NEHA. They've come up with a national standards of conducting evaluations. If we continue to use that, which we use right now, that gives us that objectivity that we need versus, okay, well, I don't like you, so I'm going to find you higher than another person who seems to be more friendly, or I like more, so I'll find her or him less. So I agree with the consistency, the objectivity, as well as having something in writing that you could go back to and be able to provide why. This is why we've done this.
May I?
Yeah, Senator Bolkes. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much.
Senator Fredericks. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to place on the record again that this statute has not been touched since 1949, so over 75 years ago. And some of these businesses utilize these violations as the cost of actually doing business. The $30, $50 is absolutely, it's not much to some of these businesses, if not most of them. And of course, with the report and the analysis, this report helps to justify the pay scale, which aligns with national standards, to the Commissioner's point when we're talking about exchanging data or comparison data, so that we can actually see where we are here in the Virgin Islands in this relative space when it comes to sanitation laws and violations. So I just wanted to place that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I?
Thank you, Senator Bolkes.
May I?
Commissioner.
Attention. May I?
Yes.
To
Mr. Malloy, you may answer.
Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, we talked about modernizing the environmental health and the inspection process. The modernization includes addressing the concerns that you articulated, Senator. The risk-based assessment and the modernization includes less focus on corrective action and more focus on preventive. The Commissioner talks about educating before you regulate. It's a part of the whole changing of the mindset. The environmental health folks will take a more consultative perspective in helping in educating, in helping the establishments come into compliance. We do not want to shut down businesses. It is not the goal to shut down businesses. It is our goal to reduce health risks and enforce health standards.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy. You know, before we go to Senator Gittins, I wanted to ask Commissioner Hodge, you got the number of businesses, restaurants, and bars? You got those numbers?
I do.
Please proceed.
Natalie Hodge, Licensing Commissioner. In the territory currently licensed, we have 676 restaurants. And currently licensed, we have 633 bars for a total of 1,309.
Okay, good. So, you see, I also support the bill, but then I understand in actual practicality. The legislature approves the bill, the Department of Health is the one going to implement it. And so, you know, Commissioner of Health, I know that you're, you know, a very reasonable person, but it can affect businesses. Like, say, for example, we're talking about increasing the penalty for environmental health violations. Okay, yesterday was a holiday. So it was a 4-day weekend, basically Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. If you go in on Friday and you find this violation and they close down and they want to pay you cash, some businesses don't have a check, maybe they don't have the $1,000. Can they give that money so that they can be reopened? And how soon will it take for the inspection to be done? Because, you know, it could be a way of penalizing a business where you come in and you close them down on a Friday, environmental health, and it happens in the community. Sometimes the inspector doesn't like a business, and they cannot like them because they fail one inspection, so now in their mind, I don't like this business or I hate this business, so if I see a rat run across, even though the rat could be from some other business or some other location next door, because in some areas in the community, there are more roaches than, you know, other areas. So this business could be in an area where there are a lot of roaches. So you see the vent, you know, has some roaches up there and they close down. We want to make sure that it's done in a fair way where the business is not suffering an undue burden, because after the legislature approves this, you're the one that's going to implement it and it now becomes your authority. So we're asking you to be considerate of those businesses because it's a large fine, and so they have to be able to operate to pay the fine.
And I'm going to ask the general public, the business owners, to be considerate about the health risks that they impose upon others if they are not consistent and in compliance with the law. Plain and simple. So it's easy for us to say that we want to be fair. We want to be fair. We want to be fair to the health. That is our responsibility as the Department of Health to be fair to the health and well-being of our community members. And we have to stick to that. And so if we implement this, like I said, we will do one risk-based, but the second thing is that we will educate prior to regulate. And that's critical. That piece is important. And like I said, they're given the test. They actually are given the form in which they're going to be graded upon, not just by having a conversation with them, but when we go back in time, in place with them, in their places of service with them, then we actually walk them through. And like I said, if we're looking at it right now gradually and how we actually are going to find individuals or whatever we come up with, because I think, like you said, it's both Senator Bogus and Senator Villela indicated, and yourself, that we can actually come up with a plan on how we do this. It takes away, again, the national database that we always complain about, because we're never able to link to a database because we're not compliant with this, with how we are actually able to provide our data. That's one of the things the VI has always looked at. We do not have good databases. So if we continue to do things locally, even though we're supposed to be not part of the jurisdictions of the nation, then we're not going to actually get there. We have to figure out how we're going to get there. So like I said, if we do this incrementally, if we raise it this year, Next year we raise it, then we would become to the point where we need to get to where all the jurisdictions, very similar to ours, but we need to get there some way. Focus on health outcomes. And compliance, and the only way we're going to get to health outcomes if individuals are complying with the regulations that are there. I may sound a little tough, but that is the responsibility of the Department of Health and the Commissioner of Health.
Yes, and I understand that. Mr. Harris, you had a response?
Yes, Mr. Chair, to answer your question too as well. I must say Commissioner Encarnacion is very stern in with following through when it comes to any establishment. It doesn't matter what weekend or holiday we close our establishment, we must follow through. We've had establishment that we actually had to issue closures over the holidays, and we worked throughout the holidays. So that's one. I've seen at the division where you have an establishment where they don't have proper temperature, bad freezers, bad refrigerators, and they'll come in this week and pay the $30 rather than buying a new refrigerator or a freezer. They come back 2 weeks later and pay $50, and then come back another 3 weeks and pay $50. That's the cost of doing business for them, rather than buying a refrigerator. Then it takes a lot of manpower for us to keep going back and forth. We have no choice to issue the closure based on repeated following visitation. Another topic I want to touch on is that it's not all about the money. If we see a violation, for example, dirty hood, and they know the fine is $900, we're not going to take the $900. We want you to fix the hood. Hood can cause fire. It can cause microorganisms to drop into foods. So we want you to fix the problem rather than just paying up front and continue with the violation.
Can I say something, though?
Yes, Commissioner, proceed.
If individuals who are willing to take their checkbook out and pay a whole bunch of money because they're going to be cited, that's called bribery. So we don't want that, right? If they're paying what's listed on the code, then that's different. So one of the other things that you asked me to be considerate, Director Harris indicated, I have actually called environmental health out to make sure inspections are conducted, no matter what time, no matter what day it is, just so, but at the same time, if the inspections are conducted again and they're still not in compliance, we still have to hold them accountable, and their businesses still have to be closed until they become into compliance. We had a situation when we first started that it was so much out of compliance, and they were fighting us for the first week or so because their business had to stay closed for a long period of time. The second week, I actually received an email from the owner thanking us for allowing them the opportunity to come into compliance and working with us. We work with them on a day-to-day basis to ensure that they came into compliance and they were able to open. And we have not had to sign up to charge them with any lack of compliance as of this day, and that's about 6 years ago. So it does work. We just have to be consistent with what we're doing, and don't be afraid to charge them what we need to charge them just because.
Thank you for that detailed explanation, Commissioner. You know, I think I said Senator Gittins, but I really meant Senator Vele. Senator Kurt Vele, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You got it right there. Once again, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. In reference to the bill number 36 as 0043, I want us to keep in mind that fines are structured to be a deterrent, not something you could just pay and continue to violate the same provision over and over and over again. So I think that we need to take a close look at the penalty schedule, and we should demand of the Department of Health that they develop a penalty schedule based on category and penalty condition, and that they submit it or have that done within a certain set period of time. And if the language remains like this, not more than 900 for the first offense, etc., that the penalty schedule will take effect after a period of 30, 60 days, and then we won't be referring to that particular, not more than $900, where somebody could just charge whatever they want. We need to really develop a penalty schedule. And we need to look at it seriously, because we're speaking about violations that could cause foodborne illnesses. So we got to be careful. Allergies, etc., lack of food handlers permit, inadequate food temperature and proper food storage, individuals not using gloves, cross-contamination of food. There's so much different issues that need to be regulated, and we really need to put some teeth into it. And I think that the vast majority, 90+%, they're going to comply.
That's right.
Because once they know that the penalty is X amount, they're going to comply, and we need to make sure that we do that. So we just need to have a little short discussion about that fee portion, and I think this bill is a good bill that I'm willing to support. Now, Commissioner Human Services, Commissioner George, how many supervisors do you have in this social work capacity at Human Services? How many total supervisors?
I'll refer to AC Benjamin to answer.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner. At last count, 12.
You break it up, 12?
At last count, let me clarify. At last count, 12 individuals that are social workers that serve in supervisory capacities that may or may not require a social work license for the position.
Okay, I'm trying to be very specific. How many total you have in terms of social work, and how many of them do not meet the qualifications?
Do not meet the qualifications for what?
You spoke about a grandfather clause. The grandfather mean that you don't meet specific conditions. So how many fall in that category?
Right now, I believe three or four.
3 or 4 out of 12?
Yes.
And those 3 or 4 individuals are supervising individuals that have MSWs and license?
Yes, they're supervising licensed social workers.
But those individuals that don't meet those requirements, they're not licensed?
Those individuals that don't meet, no, they're licensed. The ones that I'm referencing are licensed.
The 3 or 4 are licensed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but so your testimony is that this new bill will take away the licensure from those 3 or 4 individuals?
Would not. For example, in order to serve as a district manager at the Department of Human Services in the child welfare field, I think there's one district manager that is in a jobs program. But in order to serve as a district manager, you're required to have a social work license. There are district managers of those 3 or 4 that are licensed social workers, but not licensed master social workers, or with the current certification, they're not certified.
Hold on. Say that again. They're licensed social workers, but not
licensed master level or certified social workers.
Okay. And what is the requirement for that position?
Which the district manager?
All the managers. You're talking about you're talking about the grandfather clause. These individuals need to be grandfathered in. So they're lacking what? The masters? What are they lacking?
They're lacking the certified social worker. Currently, it's called certified social worker. This bill is proposing to call it licensed master social worker.
And why are they lacking the certified social worker component?
In one instance, the district manager's degree is in counseling. The Board of Social Worker Licensure currently is not inclined to allow somebody who does not have a degree in social work to take the exam at like a master's level.
Okay, so that's education requirements, and the other two?
The other one that I'm talking about, who has like 32 years in the department, she has a licensed master's degree in education, guidance, and counseling, because that's what UVI was offering at the time when she worked on her master's degree. But she is licensed.
So let's stop there now. Are you aware that UVI is offering a master's in social work as we presently speak?
Yes, Senator.
Have there been any inclination to have these individuals enroll in the UVI master's program?
Have there been any inclination? I haven't had that conversation with them, sir, but I seriously doubt that someone with 30 years of experience who's probably near retirement is going to now go seek a Master of Social Work degree in order to get a certified social work license.
No, in order to maintain the supervisory position.
Well, I mean, that's going to be a loss to the department. Like I said, these are individuals that are able to retire.
What is the relationship that the department presently have with the University of the Virgin Islands Masters in Social Work program?
The department is probably the largest agency that takes on interns every semester. We had 5 last semester. We have at least 4 right now. Probably gonna have more this semester going forward.
Okay, so you had what, 4 graduates UVI had this term?
Yes.
Are they working at Human Services, or have they been offered a position at Human Services and Social Work?
They can't. They can't, and that's a conversation that needs to happen. They can't be offered a position in social work because they do not have licensure. They have to take the Board of Social Work licensing exam in order to be licensed, which is already in place. The conversation that we're having today is sounding like social workers are social workers, not legitimately. We are already taking the national board.
What I'm trying to get, the program at the University of the Virgin Islands was put into place to make sure that we're able to provide social workers.
Yes.
For Department of Human Services, Bureau of Corrections, all of the different entities. So we must have a plan. Department of Human Services must develop a plan as to how they're going to be able to bring those individuals on board, knowing that they need the licensure, but that doesn't stop you from being able to hire them and give them a certain time period, like the hospital does with the nurses graduating from the St. Croix program. They hire them as graduate nurses. They give them X amount of months to take NCLEX. Upon taking NCLEX, then they move into the position. But knowing that we need social workers, I'm seeing a number of these individuals going to the private facilities, these private facilities that are offering services, and we're literally losing all of those individuals. So do we have a plan, like, as to how we're going to be able to make sure that some of these individuals come to the government of the Virgin Islands?
Well, what we have been doing is hiring them in positions that they qualify for. We hired one of our interns this semester, but in order to hold a social work position, you have to have licensure. And that means they have to take the exam, and the Board of Social Work Licensure would have to look at their application, their credentials, and allow them to take the exam, and they would have to pass it.
Okay, and I'm sure that those individuals that are taking the class and want to become a licensed social worker, they must understand that they need to take the test. But I just want to make sure that we have an avenue for them to be employed. The board, the Director Association or DLCA, what is the cost of the examination or the cost to become a licensed social worker? Is there a cost with it?
Good afternoon, Senator Violet. I will defer to, you know the cost?
Unfortunately, no.
We're not aware of the cost. They don't pay DLCA. They don't pay DLCA. They'll have to pay through Pearson VUE.
Carol Scanner, do you know, can you know that, can you answer that question, or if you're still online?
Yes, hello. The overall cost, I couldn't, Kara Sanner, ASWB. The cost to take the licensing exam is approximately $250. However, I am not familiar with what costs over and above that individuals would be required to pay as part of the application process.
Okay, so after taking the exam, Commissioner Hodge, is there a fee for them to become a licensed social worker? Do they pay a fee to DLCA?
Yes, Senator. They pay for the license fee. So there is an application fee of $50 when they apply. And then once they sit and pass the exam, the license fees vary depending on the level of licensure. But there is a fee. It varies between $65 to $130.
Okay, now, in reference to reciprocity, is there a fee built in? I believe in reciprocity, but are they made to go through the same process as DLCA in terms of licensure? If they give in reciprocity because they had a license from a next jurisdiction, do you have a process in place where they must get a Virgin Islands license? They're not taking the examination, but we're issuing them a license. Do we have that in place?
Senator, your time was called. I know you didn't hear it, but
I
you can wrap
didn't
up.
hear it. I'm so sorry.
Yes, you can.
Thank you,
can
Mr.
wrap
Chair. I
up.
didn't hear it, so just call me up.
May I respond?
If you can just let the question.
Senator?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. So for reciprocity, just like you, we also believe in reciprocity. So yes, you don't have to retake the exam, and there is a fee, the application fee, and whatever the license costs. Remember, it depends on the level of licensure you're coming in, whether it's a certified social worker or clinical or certified independent social worker.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Vele. Commissioner George, about how many persons in your department will be potentially affected by this?
So far, it'll be with the grandfather, I think it'll be 3 or 4 individuals. If you're talking about the grandfathering of the new bill the bill that's being proposed.
Okay, and Commissioner Hussein Kanesiong, we're talking about those sanitation violations fee, right? Well, I guess it's so good that the Waste Management Authority is so bad that they're not a private entity or corporation, because I just got a note here from a vendor that is, they're looking to relocate because they sent me a picture in front of the business. They're alleging it's sewage water around the Windward Passage Hotel. So, this is one of those areas where the government, is going to increase fines to business for these sanitation violations, but the government is probably the biggest violator, because we have, we have septic and sewage flowing all over our community, all over the place. So, that's an issue too. And, you're also responsible for that, Commissioner. You can find the businesses, but waste management is really violating the own public laws, because you go down by Windward Passage Hotel, and that's been there for years. Right now on First Avenue, where we spent $1 million of putting in a new drain, new swale, I got a call from a resident in Pearson Gardens this morning. She can't even, eat. She's smelling open sewage. So the government, we have to step up, and so I'd ask you to let Waste Management know that they're in violation also.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's all remember that we are all government, different levels of government, but we're all government. That's the first thing.
Yes, we all have to follow
right?
the law.
Okay, good. The second thing is that we can work with anyone who are really out compliance in reference to that. But let us separate what waste management is doing and what foodborne safety's needs are at this point in time, and that's what we're here to discuss. I will actually, after this meeting, this testimony, I will have the director and myself speak with waste management, because we do that. We have conversations with waste management because we do test for that compliance as well. So we'll have that conversation, but I really wanted us to separate so that we could focus on really in terms of risk management and how we decrease risk, improve health outcomes, and indicate that compliance is essential, it's important.
Yes, and thank you so much for that clarification. I'm glad that you are getting on the case because, you know, as the senators, we represent all of the community. We're elected by the community, and the people call us. You know, even if you go and you shut down someone for violation, they're going to call the senator to try to get assistance. So we get the calls from the community. And so Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized. Our Honorable Vice President, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. You know, while it's our duty and responsibility here in the legislature to modernize outdated laws that we're talking about here today, you know, we cannot overlook the equally critical responsibility of the executive branch to implement and enforce the laws that are already on the books. Because a law unenforced is a promise unkept, and that simply erodes the public's trust as it pertains to us doing our duties. Now, I say that because outside of the two bills that we're discussing right now, Commissioner Encarnacion, Act 8801, the school health technicians, that was passed into law January 2024, is still not implemented. To your knowledge, why is this program still not up and running when it simply required just the approval for the job specs?
Good morning, Senator Gittins. AC Soames actually contacted me a couple weeks ago. I indicated, and we actually have a time on the schedule to be able to further discuss and begin implementation of this. Of course, you know, one of the holdup is a job description that we've been working on to ensure consistency in processes. I would be able to give you update information once that meeting has called. We both have been in and out of the territory, no excuses, that's just a fact. But we do have a timeline set up for discussion at this point in time, and that is following your last inquiry when I was here before the Senate previously.
So let's try to get that done, please, so we don't end up falling into a situation where, see, now we're looking at the legislation that was enacted all the way back in 1949 and not updated.
Yes, sir.
The social workers, if we become part of the social work interstate licensure compact, do you believe we risk losing some of our social workers to other mainland jurisdictions? That's to human services.
No, we don't. But you're never fearful of that. You don't do that.
As relevant Assistant Commissioner, I do not, only because social workers at the Department of Human Services, well, social workers in the Virgin Islands already are required to take the national boards in order to be licensed. So if they were to, even ahead of the compact, try to get licensure somewhere else, they could do it by endorsement, or if they took the social work licensure exam recently, they could do it that way as well. I use
So
myself an example.
are they on par with the with pay on the mainland?
Government positions here, no.
So then we do. We may have a risk of losing them because they're going to go where they get paid better.
But they currently qualify, sir, is what I'm saying.
It's hard to. But they what said?
They already qualify. I was about to use myself as an example. I took this certified.
Hold on, because you're going to take up all the time. My point is that I'm talking about, I believe you have 9 of 12 that are certified. And if they're not on par salary-wise with the mainland, then we do run a risk of losing them. I have gotten a number of calls of them threatening to leave because of frustration. They love what they're doing, but they said that they just can't take it anymore. But on the other side, what is the department doing to bring them up to par, one, and about recruiting additional social workers? Do you have even summer employment to get our young people who might be interested in the social work field?
We have summer opportunities, Senator. They only enrolled into the Department of Human Services as a social worker is with a provisional license or as a social work associate. The point that you're making, they already qualify. The only other additional option the interstate compact would give is for them to be able to provide services virtually, because they'd be able to qualify virtually, licensed, qualified in another jurisdiction. But this law would not make them any more qualified stateside than they are now, because we have to take the social work exam, the same one that it takes stateside.
Can I add to your statement, Senator Giddens?
Yes.
This is Commissioner Avril George. We have repeatedly posted social worker position on Division of Personnel website. It's a continuous posting, and we review to see if we have anybody apply that we can interview, but that is a continuous posting on the Division of Personnel website on a regular basis. We don't take, if it comes down, we ask them to put it back up so we can see how much hit we can have with individuals that's looking to relocate or apply for those positions.
Do we know how many individuals graduated from UVI between St. Thomas and St. Croix the other day?
I think
with a social.
I think it's approximately 4 to 6, if I'm not mistaken.
So have we tapped on any one of those individuals to see if they're interested?
Like stated before, some of those individuals did internship at Department of Human Services, and they were offered positions, not social worker positions, because they have to be licensed, but they were offered positions, or we have positions that they can take to come into the department and see their way up until they get licensed.
Okay. We should tap into all of them, though, not just some, but thank you for that. I believe
you're welcome.
Time didn't even get to go
you
over.
May wrap up. You may wrap up.
So Department of Health, on average, how often calendar year is a restaurant actually inspected?
I'll refer to the director for that question.
Director Harris here, 2 times a year, twice a year, based on the risk of the establishment.
Twice a year. And all businesses that have a restaurant licensure from DLCA, are they required to have restroom facilities?
Yes, Senator.
And is this the case throughout the territory?
Yes, Senator.
So even these beach bars, etc., that we're having some problems with now, does these entities have restroom facilities?
Yes, Senator.
So I don't want to call out a business right now, but you are aware, this government is aware of the problem that we're having, especially there in the St. Thomas district. And where this one entity was granted licensure based on agreement from Sports Parks and Recreation. Have that matter been handled? Because we're talking about all of this, and Title 19, Section 1439 required those toilet facilities. To my understanding, this entity doesn't have any. So what are we doing?
Senator, this is Commissioner Encarnacion. Could you clarify? You said that they were granted a license by Sports Park and Recreation. Could you clarify?
Yeah. So last term, coming to the end of the year, I had Department of Health, Department of Licensing, and Consumer Affairs, DPNR. I had every government agency that were tied in to this matter. And we learned that they were granted these licensures. Some were granted hastily based on an agreement signed by Sports Parks and Recreation. To my understanding, the matter has yet to be fully addressed. So I'm just asking, are we still, or are we implementing laws and we're not enforcing the basic requirements of these laws?
DLCA, I'm going to defer to the legal team. Geraldine Laval.
Good afternoon. Senator, to address your inquiry, the business that you're referring to got a permit from Sports Parks and Recs. They did not advise Licensing and Consumer Affairs the contents of that permit and inadvertently got a license. However, they were in court, and although that court hearing was successful, the business has in fact taken down that illegal structure.
All right, that's good to know. I just want to make sure that our enforcement arm is fully enforcing the laws that we're putting in place. At the same time, I just close out here and commend the both bill sponsors for the measures that's before us right now as we continue to update our code. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Norville Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to say that.
I'm sorry. Since you're the bill sponsor, our Honorable Senate President, Senator Potter, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon to our testifiers. Some of my favorite people are social workers, and I am some of my very favorite people. And I really understand and appreciate the hard work and heavy lifting that the profession of social work that they do in this community. It's incredible the work that you do. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Millen, how do the current licensing requirements differ from the proposed standards? What gaps would these bills address that currently aren't being addressed? If you could just quickly summarize that.
Good afternoon, Juliette Millen, board member of the VI Board of Social Workers. The process, if I understand it correctly, would be the same. You submit your application, the board reviews the application, you're either granted favorably to move to the next steps of taking the exam. Once successful of passing the exam, then you become fully licensed. In the meantime, once you submit the application and we grant you the opportunity to take the exam, you are offered a temporary license.
Okay. If you would say the big difference between what currently exists versus what is to come when this bill is passed.
The only
Anything
difference is the name changes for the classifications.
Okay. In terms of the interstate compact, do we have any idea as to what timeline would we be up against once the bill passes with regards to the interstate compact piece?
Please mute your microphones.
The timeline would be that we have to come back before you with legislation to participate in said compact. So that would be required.
Okay. And with the whole idea, so this doesn't include a compact.
No.
This bill doesn't include a compact. I know with the compact, while you may run the risk of potentially losing social workers, you also have the opportunities to more easily attract social workers from abroad too. So it works both ways.
That is correct. The only thing is I need to add that I don't think that the Department of Human Services, Health, or Education have to have fear of losing staff because a good bit of their employees would not qualify for the interstate compact.
Okay.
Being that they don't have an educational background in social work.
Got you. How many social workers do we have in the Virgin Islands practicing right now?
Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of Licensing. Currently, we have 97 social workers in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We have 35 on St. Croix, 40 on St. Thomas, 2 on St. John, and currently we have 20 off island by reciprocity.
Okay. Thank you for that, Commissioner. I know I'm just shifting to Commissioner Canisiong. I know the issue of staffing is always one. It's always real, and I was curious as to are there any concerns regarding the new fee structure, which is critically needed? So I support the bill sponsors' initiative. We're saying it hasn't changed since many of us were born. Are you concerned with your ability to adequately enforce, these new rules and the new fee structure, given your staffing limitations?
I would separate them. We have to be able to make the opportunity or provide the opportunity for inspections. And yes, to answer your question in terms of do we have enough inspectors? No, we don't. We do not have enough officers. I think we have 3 of officers per territory, and we have 4 in general inspectors. Director, you could correct me if I'm wrong.
The 3 for the territory?
For the territory, but we have 4 inspectors. So our numbers are very low. But in reference to this bill, that should not affect the bill because we have to inspect any which way. Okay. So we're looking at implementing other initiatives as well. And so they are educational compliance measures that we need to put in place. One that I can speak on, we've spoken about in the floor before, that is the Serve Safe. And there are many others that we've been speaking more recently. Macy Malloy, as well as the director, and I have been speaking about accepting them because it actually teaches you how to conduct the food service business in a safer manner versus just obtaining a stool sample that could be negative today and positive tomorrow. So that's where our goal is. That, along with the regulatory visits and our compliance and the adherence to the dollars that we're asking for these fees, I think all of that should come into play.
Gotcha. Now, Commissioner Malloy, Assistant Commissioner Malloy mentioned some powerful statistics earlier on a national level. And I wanted to know if we were included in those national statistics, first of all, because I know we oftentimes are not because of our limitations here in the territory with collecting this type of data and providing the national entities with that information. So my question was whether or not we have stats when it comes to things like the foodborne and waterborne illnesses and the like. So it's two parts. Are we included in those national statistics? And do we have the capacity here to collect that data so that we can understand? And sometimes we have some very unique profiles in the territory versus how things look on a national level.
A couple of things. That a question is epidemiologically focused, and so we have a very strong epidemiology team. I will refer that and bring the information to you from Dr. Ellis and her team, so we could get some more concrete information. We gather that information from hospitals, urgent care centers, and those kind of things. So we'll follow up with that in terms of what data we have out there. AC Malloy is the one who did the research on those numbers. I'll ask him to answer whether or not he can specify if VI data was included.
Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, I don't know whether our data was included, but I do know that there's an opportunity for us to be able to collect that type of data in the Universal Data Warehouse. Every time I've come here and we've talked about data from a population health perspective, I've advocated for and requested that there's funding support for that project. That project takes claims, for medical claims, the structured data that's in medical claims, and the social determinants of health associated data, and allow you to produce that type of statistics that we're talking about. So where you add the economic impact of the disease burden on the territory, the prevalence of diseases, and the like. So again, appealing for the funding of that project is insufficiently funded, is underfunded, and what if properly funded and implemented, it will give us the data that we need to make these types of decisions across the board.
I agree with you. I agree with you that data should really drive policy.
Correct.
Not what we feel or what we believe or what we hope. And I think that it has historically been a weakness of ours in this territory, not just in health, but just across the board. Every conference that I've gone to, that I've ever attended, when there's stats all over the place, and sometimes we get a little offended because the VI isn't included. And you said, like, you don't know that we exist? They said, yes, we know you exist, but you guys have failed to provide us with the data. So we cannot include it and provide it if we don't get it from you. So I think we really collectively need to get on board that train, and funding, its subject matter expertise, and all of that are going to be factors in determining how we move forward. But that is something that we as a territory must prioritize as we move forward, just in general.
And Senator, if I may, we need to compare apples to apples. And that's one of the reasons why I'm saying we have to be consistent with the fees that we are asking for nationally, locally. It has to be consistent.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President Potter. Before I go to the bill sponsor, Assistant Commissioner Benjamin, yeah, you're recognized.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Senator and Legislature, I just wanted to say that with regard to 35-0050, there's been a lot of conversation about bringing the Virgin Islands licensure standards up to par. This bill does not update the requirements for licensure. As Ms. Millen just stated, the processes and the requirements are exactly the same. What the bill does do is change the name of 2 levels. It changes certified social worker to master social worker, and it changes licensed independent social worker to licensed clinical social worker, or certified independent social worker to licensed clinical social worker, which is more in line with stateside. One of the things that the Department of Human Services mentioned was the use of master versus masters. And that might sound like a little thing, but words have consequence when it comes to legislature. I sat here during this proceeding and went through every single state in alphabetical order. Only about 7 states use masters. About 5 more don't even have it. It's only licensed clinical social worker. All the rest use master. So if we're talking about mimicking national standards, master would definitely be more in line with what most states do. Additionally, and I don't want it to get lost, this bill proposes to prevent people like me from using MSW. MSW is not a licensure letter designation. It says that I went to graduate school and I graduated with a master's degree in social work. This law, this legislation in it says individuals are prevented from using BSW and prevented from using MSW. That is not okay in any jurisdiction. As a matter of fact, it's probably a violation of the people who have those degrees rights. Not everyone who has a degree in social work wants to practice as a social worker. But that does not mean that they did not earn the letters MSW, BSW, or DSW. And I don't want that to get lost in this discussion. I don't want us to pass this law, this bill, thinking that we're doing something good and unintentionally disenfranchise and hurt social workers in this jurisdiction. Thank you for allowing me to say that, Senator.
Thank you, A.C. Benjamin. Bill sponsor, Senator Norville Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Francis Heiliger is still here.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Senator Francis Heiliger. My apologies. Yes.
That's forgiven.
Yes. Mr. Clerk, please mark Senator Francis Heiliger. Okay, good. You're recognized for your
They
7
did
minutes.
at the beginning. I was present at the beginning of the meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator. Proceed.
It's just that you cannot purport yourself to be.
Thank you. Am I being acknowledged now?
I don't know where she gets that from.
Yes, proceed, Senator Francis.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory and to the testifiers. I have been attentively listening to this dialogue for the last couple hours. And what I will say, there are some key points I just want to touch on. As it relates to the creation of this board and making adjustments to titles, I personally don't have a problem with what's being done. I would like to reiterate that we do need to do some cleanup as it relates to us potentially taking away people's hard-earned work and not allowing them to acknowledge it, whether they practice or not. If you have a degree in something, you have it. It just exists. If I have a doctorate in being a teacher and maybe I'm not teaching anymore, that does not take away the fact that I could be Dr. Alma Francis Heiliger. So we can't create laws to take away people's rights based on how they are educated. So we need to definitely clean that part up. I was also very concerned as it relates to, it's one thing to be educated. I support individuals that go to college, that get their degrees, but I also support the hard work of individuals that have done years upon years of training. We have colleges today and universities that will give you credit for your work experience because they know the value of it. And we don't want to inadvertently say that because somebody just got out of college or a university and they might have a master's in something that they have more value and they can't supervise someone else. Them just coming into the field, 30 years of knowledge and work experience and a wealth of information can never replace, and I'm going to say that again, can never replace instantaneous a degree. I love that people are getting educated, but I think we need to clean that up. I don't think that it needs to be just done by a waiver? Because I know in our territory how things slip through the cracks and people are going to say, oh, the law says this. I think it needs to be clarified in the code as we draft this piece of legislation. There's two things I want to ask about these two particular pieces of bills. As it relates to incentive programs, are you guys doing any type of incentive programs to recruit social workers here? Because I know one of the things that was mentioned that you have information up on the personnel via the personnel department that you try to keep up consistently. But is there any active work being done, whether by the department, to do recruitment?
Commissioner Avril George, we have held job fairs. We have participated in job fairs with the different agencies, including Division of Personnel. You asked about incentive. The only incentive that is being offered is your salary. We don't have any other incentives being offered at this time.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. I also wanted to ask one question, because we know social workers are very critical when it comes to a lot of issues that people deal with in life. What are some of the consequences that might befall a social worker, and when it comes to dealing with rules and regulations, confidentiality, ethical behavior, what are some things that you deal with pertaining to that because of how sensitive a lot of the information and the situations they deal with?
I will refer to A.C. Benjamin due to her expertise.
Thank you.
I didn't fully understand the question.
Okay. The fact that social workers have to deal with a lot of human sensitive issues, what are some of the consequences for social workers that do not follow the rules and regulations pertaining to whether it's confidentiality or ethical practice?
Well, for licensed social workers, the Board of Social Worker Licensure and DLCA are the entities that, if the matter is reported to them, would be able to already dole out consequences. In addition to that, if whatever the violation is runs afoul of the law, the AG's office has the ability to potentially press charges if whatever the violation is egregious. And then at the Department of Human Services, that person can be disciplined up to and including termination, which has happened.
Senator, you're still on the clock.
You're muted.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. We still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes. There's an echo, but you may proceed. No, we can't hear you now. No, we still can't hear you, Senator.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay. Am I double?
Yes, proceed. Yeah, there's an echo.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you while you fix that. Senator Nova Francis. Thank you, Senator. Senator Nova Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank all of the testifiers, as well as my colleagues in support of Bill 36-0050 and Bill number 36-0051. I wanted to go back to the concern that was just recently raised by Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin. And Ms. Benjamin, I'm not sure where you're reading into the bill that speaks to not being able to utilize your degree in terms of your lettering behind the name. It says no person may purport to be a social worker or qualified to engage in practice of social work by using the titles, and it lists all of the titles. And it goes on to say, without engaged in the practice of social work as defined in this chapter, without meeting the applicable requirements and holding a license as set forth in this chapter. All this is saying is that, again, you're free to utilize those lettering outside of a name. However, you need to make sure that you're meeting all of the applicable requirements. Are you reading something else different in that section? Ms. Benjamin, you still there? Assistant Commissioner Benjamin?
I am still here. I went to the document and I was on mute. So I referenced earlier about the importance of words, and in reading the section of the statute where it says or,
Typically it means clinical, but she was certified and she was
one or the other.
there's nothing to stop her from doing it.
yeah, no person may purport to be a social worker or qualified to engage in the practice of social worker, or by using the title social worker, associate, licensed social worker, licensed master social worker, licensed social, or use the letters SW, SWA, BSW, MSW, or use any symbol indicating or tending to indicate that a person is a social worker associate, licensed social worker, licensed master social worker, licensed clinical social worker, engaged in the practice of social work as defined in this subchapter without meeting the applicable requirements and holding a license as set forth in this chapter. Yes, sir, by my reading of that, where it says or use the letters and BSW and MSW included, read to me that this is saying that you cannot use those without having these and holding a license.
Attorney Vaval, you have any perspective on this? Have you or the Ms. Millen?
Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, Licensing and Consumer Affairs. You have to read the whole sentence holistically.
Yeah.
The sentence does not stop after, it doesn't stop after where it says licensed clinical social worker. All the acronyms, it doesn't stop there. It says or use any symbols indicating or tending to indicate that the person is a social worker associate, licensed social worker, licensed master social worker, or licensed clinical social worker, or engage in the practice of social work as defined in this chapter without meeting the applicable requirements and holding a license as set forth in this chapter. So when you read the whole, sentence, if you truncate the sentence, for every sentence, every word that precedes or, you put in the sentence without meeting the applicable requirements and holding a license as set forth in this chapter, and you get a whole meaning of the entire sentence.
With all due respect, I read the whole thing, and BSW and MSW don't even need to be in that sentence because they are degree designations. All of the others are licensure credentials. That would clarify. Why is DSW not there?
All right, I guess that's something we could certainly do a deep dive on, but that's not that wasn't the intent of the legislation as been proposed in respect to that. So we could move on from there. We'll have some further discussion on that. I wanted to say that I run this by as well the Association of the Virgin Islands Psychologists, and they too are in support of this bill. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner George, is there any pathway that you're creating to allow for those individuals that you have asked to be grandfathered to be able to assist them in some endeavor to be able to get their degree? Any pathway that you're working towards?
We can discuss that offline, Senator.
Okay. Of course, we have the free tuition now, which they will perhaps be eligible for. And we could probably look at some other incentives to ensure that they're able to meet those requirements.
Yes, we can.
All right. Ms. Millen, in respect to the the proposed legislation, how did the outdated statute affect the ability to issue license? How many license has been issued for say for the last year, for example?
Juliette Million, board member of the VI social work licensure. We have not stopped issuing licenses. We are currently needing to do the updates for requirements to then sit and do rules and regulations.
But the licenses are ongoing.
They are ongoing, correct.
Okay. And Commissioner, of course, we have been at this for quite some time in addressing this piece of legislation here. And again, can you reiterate the importance of moving this forward in terms of ensuring that there's compliance and be able to set the standards for social workers?
Hatch?
Yes. Commissioner Hatch, sorry. Okay, got it.
I just think it brings a greater importance
30
and a
seconds.
lasting impact to the community for especially public protection. What the bill tends to do, the intent, is just to clear up the titles. And I think some continuing education, the requirements was there, CEUs are there, but it's just about clarifications.
Very well. And Commissioner Encarnacion, you've been flying under the radar this afternoon in regards to social workers. Don't you have social workers under the Department of Health?
We hire social workers as well.
Time.
The number of social workers that we have, I would have to get for you, but we do hire social workers. I have to tell you that we depend a little bit more on case managers who can be social workers or nurses or someone actually certified as a case manager.
Do you have any concerns about the bill that's been proposed?
Actually, no, I don't. I think that the verification that Attorney Bivell just gave provides some more interesting conversation. So I'm good with what's there.
Well,
Thanks for asking, sir.
Thank you. And real quickly, Mr. Chair, if I may just touch on, well, first of all, I want to say that we should not be fearful about compacts, accreditations, certifications. I think that we should embrace those type of notions, and not that we already have a brain drain, but the brain drain really speaks to other issues that's confronting us, not necessarily because of lack of being competent in these areas, but we have to be able to offer incentives to those employees there. I wanted to quickly say that I support fee structure. I think that it'll be the right way to go in terms of that. It minimizes the fluctuations of inconsistencies and those type of things. I think that we should come up with a fee structure. You can use the various categories to determine those fee structures. If you want to have a little sliding scale within that, you can, but I believe in, I support fee structures. I'm concerned about moving from $30 to $900. That's 2,900% markup. And I think that would be very hard on a small business owner. I think that, well, yes, we want to make sure that we are seeing compliance and very much concerned about foodborne pathogens and those type of things. I think that would be a hardship. So I like the 450 sliding scale and then go up to 750, and then maybe as a third, then we could go to 900. We can't continue to squeeze the goose that's providing the golden egg here to us. And restaurants, again, they have a responsibility to make sure that they're in compliance with these issues, because their reputation is very important to them. One mishap, one public outbreak within their facilities will shut that business down completely. So I think that that in itself, allows for them to at least want to be able to do the right thing here. All right, so I support both measures here. We have heard about the amendments that DHS has made. Today we got those recommended amendments, and I don't believe that they're substantive. And certainly we could move to address those in the next round, and I certainly welcome the suggestions that have been made. I wish I got them sooner, but I welcome those suggestions so that we could definitely tighten the bill up. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So, Assistant Commissioner Benjamin, what I'll allow at this time is for our legal counsel to give an interpretation. So if you can restate your question, and then she'll provide you an answer. Regarding, I'm assuming it's page 6, starting with line 7, no person may purport. You may proceed.
Well, my question at this point would be, what would be the harm in removing BSW and MSW from that section, since it creates confusion?
Legal counsel?
Through the chair, actually there will be no harm in removing those designations because those are actually degree credentials as opposed to a licensure designation. And to simplify for you, I could use in the case of an attorney, you may have persons who have a Juris Doctorate degree that are not licensed to practice law, so they're not a esquire. And so to say that someone who may have completed school and have a certain degree may not be able to use those credentials or use those that designation as a JD, may in fact create a problem. So removing those two, which are the degree credentials, will not change the meaning of the legislation.
Thank you, Attorney Sekou. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Legal counsel, for clarity, which two are you referring to that we need to perhaps remove?
Through the chair to Senator Francis, the B as in boy, SW, which is a bachelor's in social work, and the MSW, which is a master's in social work.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, legal counsel. Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Bolkis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience and our testifying panel on bill numbers 36-0050 and 0051 and 0043. I'm going to start off by commending the sponsor of 0050 and 0051, and through these bills seeking to modernize the regulation of social work in the Virgin Islands by establishing licensure standards, enhancing public protections, and positioning the territory basically to join the Social Work Licensure Compact. And based on the testimonies that were provided to us, the consensus is that this is needed, but with some recommendations. I'll say that for the compact, if I may go to the commissioner and the board chair, the role of the Social Work Licensure Compact, what particularly would that put the Virgin Islands, what would it poise the Virgin Islands for, particularly in a sense of not only attracting social workers from the outside, but what else can we benefit from being a part of that compact?
Natalie Hodge, Commissioner for Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Essentially, I think what it does is it allows for opportunity for, I won't say remote working, but I'll say like telehealth. Because currently, we offer reciprocity. And we're under ASWB, so our licensees meets the same standard nationally. So I think, and board chair, correct me, she can chime in, but I think it just offers another opportunity for telehealth.
Juliette Millian, member of the Board of Social Work Licensure. It offers mobility, easy access. You have a lot of Virgin Islands licensed social workers, especially independent social workers, who have offices in Atlanta, Georgia, North Carolina, Texas. So being part of the interstate compact allows them to move about without having to get a specific license in each state.
Okay. And as we know, this body passed a telehealth bill a matter of legislatures ago. I can't recall exactly which one. So this all stems or works together with that initiative with telehealth here in the Virgin Islands. So, Commissioner Hodge, you mentioned that the need of the legislation is due to the evolving national standards. Could you elaborate on the current licensure framework of today, and specifically what gaps I think perhaps Senator Potter had mentioned that was one of my questions, and I wanted to dig down a little bit deeper on that.
Sure, Senator. Like I just not too long ago indicated, I think what it does more is clear up the licensure types. Certified social workers, certified independent, which is also a clinical social worker. I think it clear up the terminologies and the license types we currently use. I think it brings it up, bring the Virgin Islands in the same limelight as what other states are doing.
Okay, very well. And I know probably half of my time is expired, so I want to switch over to the Department of Health. And good afternoon, Commissioner. And I want to thank you and your team for all of the work that you have assisted my office with concerning this measure, as it's something that's desperately needed. And I understand the challenges that you face on a day-to-day concerning regulating or monitoring that industry within our economy. And you've already mentioned that this has been a section of the code that has not been touched since 1949. We've uttered that several times throughout this conversation. But modernizing our sanitation fines, not just to protect public health, but also our tourism-dependent economy. And that's a very important thing that I'm going to drill down on. The fact of the matter is that we cannot afford to be labeled as a jurisdiction that does not have proper sanitation laws, and how that would affect us would not be positive when it comes to our tourism industry. So I would like you to elaborate on some of the things that you've experienced, whether through you or the Director of Enforcement, on some of those potential issues or risks, as we've labeled them, that could potentially harm our tourism industry.
I think that the director can, but AC Malloy actually had a list that spoke to specifics, and we indicated that we can actually provide more data from our epidemiology department. And we also pull some data from the hospitals, but the risk actually is there. Foodborne illnesses actually occur on a day-to-day basis. If it is widespread within one restaurant, the risk of them losing their business has been identified as well. So it's a little bit more than just what we focus on health outcomes, and we focus on that process. But either AC Malloy or Director, if you want to focus on the specific health issues that we're speaking about, please do so.
Watson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. I must say that the Virgin Islands listed as a clean and safe destination. I do believe that an outbreak in foodborne illnesses can definitely trigger have a negative effect on our tourism industry. I know that working closely with tourism, we do work closely with tourism, that we see a lot of people come to the Virgin Islands to try new things, the local foods. You're talking about the kalalu, the pate, tastes different from what's inside of the store. But we just want to make sure that we keep it clean. We make sure that it's safe for all of us that live here and the visitors alike.
And thank you for that. And Commissioner, for clarification, why is it important that the fee structure as recommended by the Department of Health, based on that, up to $900? That doesn't mean that we're going to charge $900 immediately. Based on the risk involved, then it potentially, for that first violation, can be $900. It could be $30. It could be $50. If you could please provide some more insight.
The up to $900 gives a wide array of individuals making a choice that they shouldn't have to make. It takes away the objectivity of what we're trying to do. So, as Senator Villela indicated, if we choose to go on a fee schedule, at least we know if we're looking at the list and we say, because it is a very clear, I call it basically it's a test that you're looking at. It's a homework sheet that you're looking at. So if you're looking at that sheet and you're saying, the temperature is one of the things that you're checking off. If you're looking at the oil, or hand washing areas, if it's there or it's not. So there are things that you check off. If it adds up to a specific number, you know how that risk actually is seen. So if that risk comes up to a specific number, we can say that that's where the not just because it's the first sanction, but we can say because of that risk, we should actually be charging this amount. So everyone who actually has the piece of paper in their hand and conducts that survey would come up to the same information as to what needs to be charged versus saying up to a number without having that scale next to you, because then the objectivity is lost. So I think that we need to go back. I think one of the things we're looking at a fee scale, but I honestly want to erase that $30 from your head, because that sets us 45 years back. We cannot allow ourselves to go that way. And always remember, we have to catch up, because maybe not right now this year in 2025, but we have to catch up, because we honestly have to be able to say, based on these fee scales that the jurisdiction that we've already done research on, NEHAP did research for us, we can actually say these jurisdictions, based on the cost that we are requesting, we are actually at the same level, so the data can actually be comparable.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Molloy wants to make a statement. However, to your point, your first offense can be a combination
Correct.
of several to many different small violations. So potentially it could go up to that 900 if it's 100 violations on the first offense. But Mr. Molloy, please elaborate.
Okay. Assistant Commissioner Ruben Molloy, I think there are several clarifications that need to be made. The modernization includes raising our permit fees as well as citations. And as we talk, and I know we're introducing it for the first time here, and evidenced by the examples, as we modernize our environmental health processes by utilizing the risk-based assessment, the threshold for arriving at the fee, you're not going to be shut down or fined $900 for you finding a roach. It's a more systems-based approach. And if I may try to summarize it, in addition to moving from correction to prevention, it changes, you have to change your mindset. It moves from compliance focus to risk assessment, from reactive to proactive, from checklist-based to process understanding, from over-inspection of low-risk, to targeted inspections of high risk. So those, as you and Commissioner and others have indicated, these are only for the most egregious systems violation, not individual infractions. The establishment has to represent a significant threat to the health and safety of our community, thus warranting considering the consequences to include death for having fees that serve as deterrents and not just I can pay the $30 and continue to have the infraction, and then when you come again in 6 months, the same infraction, and then I can pay the $70 rather than as Director Harris indicated, buying a refrigerator that will hold the food at an appropriate temperature. A temperature is a higher violation than a cockroach.
Well, thank you for your statements, and thank you for your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolkis. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted our line of questioning. Barring any further questions, we'd ask for the testifiers to give us a closing, giving their closing remarks. We'll start first with Honorable Commissioner Earle George.
Point of information quickly, if I can.
Yes, Senator Vealy, you may proceed.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get one thing very clear. Well, two. First, if the Human Services can meet with the board to develop a pathway for those individuals that need to be grandfathered. That's the first. So we could just really, really get it clear and be able to take care of those individuals. And second, are the present guidelines utilized by the board in the Virgin Islands way more stringent than the mainland? Because I'm getting information that individuals can have a degree in psychology and then go and take the social work licensure exam. Do we just have over stringent requirements? If the board can answer that to see what we need to do.
Juliette Millen, board member of the Social Work Board. There are two issues that you mentioned in the one question. A person with a psychology degree can apply for a social work license, but the highest level that they will be able to attain is a licensed social worker level, even if they are a master's degree. About stringent requirements, no. We're no more stringent than other jurisdictions. I hope that answers.
Okay, thank you. And are you amenable to a conversation with Human Services in order to deal with the situation of the employees that need to be grandfathered in once and for all?
I would think that the board is more than amenable in having the discussion with Human Services. The only reason I thought that we should have a waiver instead of grandfathered is because when these individuals retired, what are you going to do for future supervisory staff?
So what stops the board from doing a waiver now? The legislature don't need to codify a waiver.
Correct. So that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't encourage a grandfathering. I would encourage more of a waiver, seeking a waiver.
So to be just straight, you're requesting that Human Services request a waiver from the board for those individuals?
If that's the concern that they have with the new revisions, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
And also, the timekeeper reminded me, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you had 3 minutes of your time left. If you want, you can return that time to the chair, or you can proceed with your line of questioning. Yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Okay. Commissioner Earle George, you may proceed with your summary.
Commissioner Earle George, the Department of Human Services stand ready to collaborate with the committee, the bill sponsor, and the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work Licensure to finalize this bill and move it forward. I'd like to thank my awesome staff at DHS for all they continue to do, and thank you again for the opportunity to present this testimony and for your continued commitment to strengthening the social work profession in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner George. And Commissioner Hodge, Licensing and Consumer.
We, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, we appreciate the support of you, the legislature, that our Honorable Governor Albert Bryan and the Brian Roach administration, my colleagues sitting here with me and not here with me with this effort. I also would like to express gratitude to my board chair and board members, former board members and present board members, those here and not here, that of CARA and the ASWB for not just their hard work, putting their hard work in this bill, but for recognizing, as I said before, the importance and the lasting impact that the passage of this bill will have. And certainly, last but not least, I would like to thank the hardworking staff at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, my counsel, and my assistant, Ms. Wenzel, who worked hard along with the board, the staff at boards and commissions, and all staff for DLCA. I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Next, we'll go to Ms. Millen, and then we'll go to Ms. Scanner, and then we'll close with the Commissioner of Health. However, you remember I told you got a couple hats. If you can give us a quick update on the hand, foot, and mouth, and the measles also in your closing, we'll appreciate that, because we notice you have your Assistant Commissioner here with you. Director George, Millen, you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. I would like to thank the current and past board members, especially former board chair, Dilsa Capdeville. And on St. Croix, we have board member Amelin Augustus and Dr. Aceres Francis here. I would also like to thank the Department of DLCA Legal Counsel, especially Attorney Fenzel, for working diligently with us over the past several years to get this ahead. Of course, the Association of Social Work Boards, Carasana, for providing the support and assistance in working with us. But most importantly, we have to thank Senator Novell Francis for bringing forward this bill, sponsoring the bill to get us ahead and become standardized with our other jurisdictions. And I thank the opportunity of this committee for allowing us to speak on behalf of the bill.
Thank you, Board Member Millen and Carasana.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Finesca and distinguished committee members. I don't have any prepared remarks to summarize the testimony. I do want to say that I would be happy to work with Chairperson Millen to address any of the questions that came up. I do believe that this effort to modernize the social work licensing laws in the U.S. Virgin Islands is not merely about reconciling license titles, but also aligning scope of practice. And I really want to commend Ms. Millen and Commissioner Hodge for their leadership over many years in shepherding us to be here today. And I also want to just commend the Virgin Islands Legislature for your commitment to strengthening the regulation of social work and, importantly, safeguarding public welfare. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sana. Commissioner Encarnacion.
Thank you, Senator. Actually, I was going to give you an update on measles anyway, so I'm going to start with that. We actually continue to see an increase in measles throughout the nation. Over 34 jurisdictions have actually had positive cases or outbreaks. Outbreaks are listed at 3 or more. Here in the VI, if we have 1, we are listing that as an outbreak because of the way our demographics are, where we are in terms of our location. So we have to be very cautious. As of the 22nd, we have a total of 1,046 measles cases nationally. And like I said, it continues to grow. Just to give you an example, in 2020, there were only 13 measles cases, and that is because the vaccination rate was very high. As with COVID, the vaccination rate has dropped dramatically, causing it to increase to 1,046. So we continue to look, we continue to pray. We know that it will be coming to the territory, and so we're asking individuals right now, if you have not taken the opportunity to have your children vaccinated, if you are a female adult in the pregnancy stage, but not pregnant at this point in time, we ask you to become vaccinated. If you're pregnant, you cannot receive the vaccination because there is a small amount of live vaccine in there. But it actually, what we ask is for the individuals around you to become vaccinated, because then you are, as a pregnant woman, protected. Because if you are, as a pregnant woman, is protected, your child is also protected. So that's where we are with measles, hand, foot, and mouth disease. We're still tracking it. However, we have seen a diminished number of hand, foot, and mouth disease throughout the territory. But of course, we continue to do education with everyone so that they know how to handle hand, foot, and mouth disease in terms of infection control practices. We're working, just to let you know, we're working close with both hospitals when it comes to going back to measles or hand, foot, and mouth disease. We collaborate with both hospitals to ensure that the practices for public health as well as inpatient care are consistent with each other.
Well, one question. So if you want to get your measles vaccinations, where can you go?
You can actually go to the Department of Health. You can go to your private physicians as well. You can also go to some of the pharmacies, make the vaccination available. I don't have the numbers right now to call, but we can actually ensure that it's in our website. It's also on our social media page, and we can actually make sure that we do a reinforcement this afternoon so that everybody is listening right now would be able to go on and look at all the numbers that you need to do to be able to pull that information. If necessary.
And one further question. So if you was vaccinated for measles as a child, do you need another booster or anything?
No, another booster is not needed. However, if you develop an immunocompromised condition for some reason, what we're asking is for you to get a titer drawn, and that actually tells you the level of the antibody that's in your system and lets you know whether or not you're still resistant to the measles virus.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, and in reference to the bill, well, let me just, before we go there, one of the things you started is that indicating that this is Mental Health Awareness Month. And so we ask everyone throughout the community, everyone here, my colleagues here, to be aware of their mental wellness. We have our Assistant Commissioner Sims is here, so she may want to shed a few information on that, but I think it's important for us to pause and be able to take care of ourselves physically as well as emotionally and mentally. I think it's something that we need to do on a day-to-day basis, so I ask you that as well. AC? You're good? Okay, good. She's taught me well. In terms of the bill that's at the table right now, Senator Borges, I want to thank you for putting the bill on the table. We actually have been working since 2019, as you see, on this, on hoping to get this bill passed. And I know for the community, I know that it sounds like a lot of money, and I agree that, looking at it from an incremental standpoint, but we have to come up to the work at times. And focus on what A.C. Malloy spoke about, that we're looking at really and truly as public health is all about prevention. If we prevent foodborne illnesses from taking place, then you're not going to be fined because you're in compliance. So don't look at it as a fight against the numbers or the cost of it, but look at it as how we actually are going to protect the community. So I want to join my colleague, and I'm sure Commissioner next to me, we always thank the people who brought us here, why we're here, Governor and Lieutenant Governor, for your consistent support, as well as our colleagues. But at the same time, the staff at the Department of Environmental Health, the Division of Environmental Health, works tirelessly. You see that we have very small numbers, but we actually collaborate a lot with DLCA in getting things done. But we'll continue to do so, but I really wanted to give them a shout out and really thank them for all the hard work they do, as well as everyone else that works within the Department of Health. We rock all the time. We love you, and thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Encarnacion. And colleagues, we're going to take a 30-minute break, but before we do that, I want to remind those that's listening on Legit TV that we'll have the Commissioner of Averill, George. She's going to provide us an update on Head Start. So it's very important, and the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services is in recess for 30 minutes. The Committee on Health, Hospitals, Human Services is back on the record. Okay, today in Block 1, we discussed 3 bills, Bill 360050, an act repealing and reenacting with amendments, Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, relating to the regulation of the profession of social work and social workers, sponsored by Senator Novell Francis. Bill 360051, amending Title 27, VI Code, Chapter 20, by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work licensure, sponsored by Senator Novell Francis. And Bill number 36-0043, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 53, Subchapter 4, Section 1481, by increasing the penalties for violation of sanitation laws, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bulkis. Do I hear a motion? Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move that Bill number 36.0050, an act of repealing and reenacting with amendments, Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, relating to the regulation of the profession of social work and social workers, sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further amendment and consideration. I so move.
Bill number 36-0050 has been properly motioned by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator Lorenzo Fredericks. Roll call.
Senator Hubert L. Fredericks?
Yes.
Senator Fredericks? Yes. Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden? Yea. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yea.
Senator Ray Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Heiliger absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yes. Senator Kurt A. Valley?
Yeah.
Senator Valley, yes. Mr. Chairman, 6 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Bill number 36-0050, an act repealing and reenacting with amendments to Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, relating to the regulation of the profession of social work and social workers, sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., has been approved by this Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further review and action.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move that Bill number 36.0051, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, by establishing a Virgin Islands Board of Social Work licensure, sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 36-0043 has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and Senator Milton Potter. Roll call.
Senator Hubert L. Fredericks? Yes. Senator Fredericks, yes. Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Heiliger, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yes. Senator Kurt A. Valley?
Yes.
Senator Valley, yes. Mr. Chairman, 7 yea.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Bill number 36-0051, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work Licensure, sponsored by Senator Nova Lee Francis, has been voted upon favorably by this Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, and will be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further review and action.
Amendment.
Amendment. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I offer amendment number 36-386 in the nature of a substitute to bill number 36-0043, offered by Senator Angel L. Borquez Jr. Bill number 36-0043 is amended by striking all language after the enacting clause and inserting the following language: Section 1, Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 5.3 is amended as follows. A, Subchapter 2, 1, Section 1433 is amended in the final sentence of the Section B. In the final section by adding, along with the inspection grade, after the words such health permit. 2, in Section 1434, strike the existing language and insert the following language. 1, a health permit may be suspended by the Commissioner of Health upon violation by the permit holder of any provisions of this chapter.
Senator Potter, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to waive the reading of the amendment. I so move.
Point of order.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
Yeah, point of order. That this should be an amendment in the nature of a substitute and not an amendment. He could restate.
Yes, that's what was said, Senator Gittins. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 36-0043, offered by Senator Unable.
However, it was read as an amendment, not as an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
It was. I read it.
Yes. Yes, it was read as an amendment in the nature of a substitute, Senator Gittins. Okay. Motion by Senator Milton Potter to waive the reading of the substitute to bill number 36-0043. Second by Senator Lorenzo Frederick, Senator Novell Francis. Hearing no objections. So ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move bill number 36-0043, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 5.3, Subchapter 4, Section 1481, by inserting the penalties for violation of sanitation laws, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Borquez Jr., in the nature of a substitute, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further amendment and consideration. I so move.
Bill number 36-0043, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator Milton Potter. Roll call.
Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Senator Fredericks, yes. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger, not voting.
Not voting.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yes. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yeah.
Senator Vele, yes. Mr. Chairman, 5 yea, 2 not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Information.
I think Senator Viale has a point of order before me. Before that vote is finalized, there was a point of order being trained to call on St. Croix.
Senator Vele, you're recognized for your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Senate President waived the reading, and we so ordered because there was no objection, and then you went directly for the bill, but the sponsor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute did not say, I so move, and then we approved the amendment in the nature of the substitute before we went to the bill.
Yes.
We pounded the gavel for the waiving of the reading, but then after that, Senator Blyden should have said, I so move, and then we vote on that.
Thank you, Senator Vele. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Marvin Blyden. Bill number 36. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Motion?
So ordered, but second by who, Mr. Chair? We have to hear these things. We are part of this process.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You couldn't hear it on St. Croix. Yeah, it was seconded by Senator Milton Potter and Senator Lorenzo Frederick. So ordered. Motion, Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move bill number 36.0043, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 53, Subchapter 4, Section 1481 by increasing the penalties for violation of sanitation laws, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., be voted on by Angel L. Bolquez Jr., be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further amendment and consideration as amended. So move.
Bill number 36-0043 as amended, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 53, Subchapter 4, Section 1481 has been voted upon favorably by the Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services and will be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary.
Roll call, roll call.
Oh, roll call. Roll call.
Senator Hubert L. Fredericks? Yes. Senator Fredericks, yes. Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yeah. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Not voting.
Senator Heiliger not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter?
I stated yes. I stated yes.
Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yes. Senator Kurt A. Vele?
Yes.
Senator Vele, yes. Mr. Chairman, 6 yea, 1 not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Bill number 36-0043 as amended, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 53, Subchapter 4, Section 1481 has been voted upon favorably by the Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services and will be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further review and action.
Point of information.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to put on the record that for the first vote, I did initially vote yes, but for some reason, we're having some audio issues, both online and back and forth between St. Croix. But I don't know if I heard that it was voted that I was absent or abstain. But if that is what you guys recorded, my vote was actually yes. The second thing I actually want to put on the record is the reason why I abstained from voting on the last piece of legislation is I have not gotten or seen a copy of the amendment. So I will look forward to, as a member of Rules, take a look at it and make a decision accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Mr. Clerk, can you mark for the record, record for the record, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger vote as yes. Okay, so we're going to proceed. Mark Senator Alma Francis vote as yes. We're going to proceed with the second portion.
Point of order. That vote already gone.
Yeah.
Yes.
That has already sailed. That ship has already sailed.
Yeah, that's why we didn't take a recount, Senator. Revote. That's why we didn't revote. So, okay, so in this portion of the meeting, we have the Commissioner of Human Services, Avril George and her staff, and they're going to provide us with an overview on the status of the territory's Head Start program. And the presentation would highlight key aspects of early childhood education and support services. So, Mr. Clerk, can you read Block 2 into the record?
Block 2. The Department of Human Services will provide a detailed overview on the status of the territory's Head Start program. The presentation will highlight key aspects of early childhood education and support services, as well as examine the potential impact of proposed federal cuts on the program. Invited testifier, the Honorable Avril E. George, Commissioner, Department of Human Services. That concludes the reading, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. What we're going to do is we're going to start off with a microphone check. Commissioner.
Commissioner Avril George, Department of Human Services.
Masika Lewis, Administrator at the Head Start program.
We also have online Assistant Administrator Michael Richards that he can do a mic check as well.
Yes, Assistant Administrator Richard, you can give us your name and title.
Michael Richards, Assistant Administrator, Head Start's Inquiry.
Okay, awesome. Welcome. And Commissioner, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, Chairman of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, esteemed committee members, other senators present, colleagues, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Avril George, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Accompanying me today are Administrator Masika Lewis and Assistant Administrator Michael Richards online. I thank you for the opportunity to present an overview on current status of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services Office of Head Start program. The Virgin Islands Department of Human Service Office of Head Start has been the Head Start grantee for the United States Virgin Islands for more than 50 years. As such, VIDHS administers the Head Start program on a series of consecutive, competitive federal grants for which we must compete every 5 years and for which we must apply for continuation of grant funds every year. Head Start promotes the school readiness of children from low-income families who are 3 years old by December 31st and up to 5 years at enrollment. The population of children served are children ages 3 to 5 years old. For a better understanding of the Head Start programs fit in the early childhood education continuum of services, the flow by chronological and service provision order is Early Head Start, which is a completely different program run by Lutheran Social Services of the Virgin Islands, serves pregnant women and children up to 3 years old. VIDHS Head Start serve children ages 3 to 5 years old, and then children older than 5 years old are transitioned to kindergarten, beginning elementary school. Head Start literally gives program-eligible children who might otherwise remain at home and unengaged a head start in life by providing them with a high-quality, comprehensive early childhood education. It simultaneously serves as an empowerment program for the family, involving parents and guardians in all aspects of the program, including governance. Head Start parents have a very significant role in determining program operations via the Head Start Policy Council, which is a body consisting of parent representatives. Head Start parents that are employed are supported by safe, comprehensive early childhood education for their children, and those wishing to enter the workforce may volunteer at the Head Start program, where they can assess training opportunities that can lead to gainful employment. Children enrolled in Head Start and their families can benefit from the program's focus on early learning, health, family well-being, and wraparound support. The VIDHS Head Start program's funded enrollment for the territory is 794 students. The distribution of available based upon community needs assessment and availability of resources such as physical accommodations at the time of previous grant applications were 500 students in 25 classrooms on St. Croix, 274 children in 13 classrooms on St. Thomas, and 20 children in 1 classroom on St. John. The current enrollment is 631 students. St. Croix have 370 children in 20 classrooms, and St. Thomas St. John has 261 children in 14 classrooms. The program is 20.5% below the funded enrollment. This has been an ongoing challenge for Head Start programs across the nation since reopening from the COVID pandemic. By Head Start regulations, 10% of Head Start enrollment is designated for children with special needs. Currently, there are 67 children enrolled with special needs, as evidenced by the Individualized Family Service Plans, IFSPs, 14 children, or Individual Educational Plans, IEPs, 53 children. There are 41 additional children that we suspect may have special needs. They are currently pending the evaluation by the Virgin Islands Department of Education. These children receive speech therapy, occupational therapy, and resources services as identified by their plans from service providers that visit our Head Start. In a letter dated May 20, 2025, the Head Start program was informed that as a result of prolonged under-enrollment, the funded enrollment and grant funded will be reduced to $637 and $8,304,673 respectively. The reduction is effective immediately, but the program has the option to appeal this decision, and we plan to do so. However, in light of current enrollment and vacancies, the negative impact of this reduction to the final year of our five-year grant is expected to be minimal, and we'll be applying for new grants in 2026. In your testimony, you'll see the funding adjustment below in a chart. There are currently 5 Head Start sites under construction, with 1 Cruz Bay Head Start just completed. The status of all projects are as followed. Cruz Bay, 100%, opening September 2nd, 2025. Bolongo, 64%, opening December 2025. Minetta Mitchell, 80%, opening August 31st, 2025. Lindbergh, 85%, opening August 31st, 2025. Anna's Hope, 75%, opening September 2025. And Concordia, 75%, opening September 2025. As these figures indicate, that revised enrollment and funding levels closely align with our current enrollment trends. While this adjustment is significant on paper, its real-time operational impact is limited due to existing vacancies. It is important to underscore that we are not standing still in response to these changes. Rather, we are actively working to position the program for long-term stability and success, investing in our facilities, reinforcing our community partnerships, and preparing a strong application for the next 5-year grant cycle. In closing, the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services remains firmly committed to the mission and legacy of Head Start, to provide a high-quality, comprehensive early childhood education that supports not only the academic growth of children, but also their health, emotional development, and family well-being. For over 5 decades, this program has played a vital role in preparing the territory's most vulnerable children for lifelong success, and it continues to serve as both a launching pad for our youngest learners and a cornerstone of empowerment for families. With 5 new Head Starts under construction and the recent completion of the Cruise Bay site, we are not just responding to present needs, but building a future of early childhood education in the Virgin Islands. These efforts are anchored in our belief that every child deserves a strong start and every family deserves meaningful support. We are committed to aligning our program with the evolving needs of Virgin Islands community and to advocate for the resources and flexibility required to deliver on that promise. We thank this legislative body for its ongoing support, attention, and partnership. Your engagement is vital to continued success of this program and to the future of the children and families we serve. I, along with my colleagues, am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Were you finished? Were you finished?
Yes, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. So just to make sure that I understand clearly now, you had 600 or you have 631 students enrolled and you're funded at 637 students.
We're funded at 794 students.
794, okay.
We're under enrolled.
Okay, so that's where you have the 20.5% enrollment.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reduction of the 2,046,835 will be able to cover all of the students that you currently have in the program?
Yes, because they base their funding based on our enrollment, which is at 637, not the 794 that we were currently funding.
Okay, so that means that even though the federal government is cutting the program, we still have all the funds we need.
And I will proceed with caution. The Department of Human Services has not received any guidelines from our federal partners in regards to cutting of Head Start funding. This funding was cut based on enrollment, and that's what's happening on the national level.
Okay, so now discuss here where you apply for the continuation grant every year. Has there been any notice from the feds that there's going to be any changes in the continuation grant?
Masika Lewis, Administrator for the Head Start program. There has been no changes specifically with the program being cut. All our grants have been turned in. We've also received different audits that we've been receiving as well. So there has been no further information outside of our under-enrollment grant that we just received.
Well, I guess we'll have to proceed with caution, but for right now, all 631 students that are enrolled, we have the funding to cover those.
Yes, we do.
Okay, awesome. Point of information, Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioner George, and your supporting staff. Let me ask you in respect to
can you raise
let me ask you in respect to your funding. You spoke to the under-enrollment, but you made a statement which caught my attention. The teachers, and we're still short. What's that number, and how much do you believe we need to be assured that we have enough instructors for young children?
What's the question? Vacancies.
Vacancies.
So you need to know the number of vacancies we have?
Yes.
Okay.
In the program. And what that number we looking for and at, and put in a plug for those positions that we need and put it out so people can know and apply
so
for those
currently,
jobs.
from the beginning of our grant year, which is July 1, we have approximately 14 positions that persons have resigned or retired from our program. Of those which are teachers are 10, and 4 being support staff. Currently, what we do have that are federally funded vacancies, we have about 25 positions, specifically 7 being assistant teachers, and for teacher positions, we have 4 positions being teacher positions.
And what's being done to assure that we onboard individuals for those vacancies, especially the federal vacancies?
We have been posting all our federal vacancies on DOP website. We did have some applicants, and we're going through the process because those applicants has to be vetted by the Head Start Regional Board, not just that they apply on DOP website and we hire them. Even though they go through the process, they still gotta go in front of the Head Start Regional Board to deem qualified for those positions.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
For the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. We're going to go to a round of 4 minutes, but one quick question I have. So, Commissioner, right across from the Adelita Cancrine School, is that building a Head Start building there also? That new building?
Yes, that's the Minetta Mitchell construction.
Okay, that's the Minetta Mitchell.
Minetta Mitchell.
Okay. The one at Bolongo Bay, that's a huge, huge structure. Is that going to be just Head Start, or are you going to have administrative offices? What is that all going to be?
That will be Head Start classrooms. Then we will also have administrative buildings, administrative staff in there, as well as conference rooms that will be set up, and training sites within that particular site.
Okay, and then where will the parking be? Under the building or across the street, or where will the parking be?
There's some parking that they have specifically in front of that area that they will have. It's not across the street. It's going to be on property.
And that's going to be enough parking? That looked like a huge building, about 3 or 4 stories.
It's not quite 4, no. It looks like 4. Those scaffolds make it look like that, but it's not 4 stories.
Okay, good. Congratulations, because, the Head Start program is a very, very good program. I know some of the senators, we go there and we give reading classes. I saw the senator at large from St. John was there, and I've went there, and I'm impressed. The meals, they give you breakfast, they give you lunch. It's an air-conditioned building. I was impressed. The Head Start is a very, very good facility. So parents, if you qualify for the Head Start program, take a look at it. It's very good. It's a very good place for your children to go. So we're going to proceed. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. No, I'm sorry, Senator Bulkis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for the record, I am also a Head Start child. Was a Head Start child, yes. Just want to put that on the record. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and of course to the Commissioner George from the Department of Human Services. Commissioner George, could you elaborate on the root cause of this prolonged under-enrollment that triggered the reduction of the federal funding? What triggered that, do you think?
Masika Lewis, Administrator for the Head Start program. It started basically with after the hurricanes, the 2 hurricanes, and that was led with some families leaving the island, and of course we became under-enrolled at that point. And then we lost 7 facilities after the hurricanes, which mean our capacity to hold 794 students diminished. Our capacity really is 754 students, which triggered us moving forward with building all the different structures so we'd be able to increase back the enrollment. Then right after that, we suffered with, we were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. That was another blow to the under-enrollment. And then right after that, we opened universal pre-Ks at all of our different locations. Many of those pre-K centers are very close in proximity to Head Start, so you have children or families making decisions whether or not they would want to have all of their children in one public school versus having children making 2 stops throughout their children's educational careers. So the reality is those 3 affected it, but this was something that that was historical across the nation, many of the Head Starts were under-enrolled.
Okay, very well, and I appreciate you putting that timeline on the record so that there's a broader scope of understanding surrounding that. And regarding the children with special needs, there's an account of 41 of whom are still pending evaluation. What coordination exists right now between the department and the Department of Education to expedite these assessments, and how has that delay affected any service delivery, if any?
The delay was affected basically on the fact of getting the services for those 41 children that are suspected. We do have ongoing testing that is being occurring now, and of course during the summer they can use some compensatory time, but however there is vacancies or short staff across the board, across the country as it relates to special education services. So we do have children that got their IEPs, children that have IFSPs, but those 41 children that are suspected, their information has been forwarded to the Department of Education, and I'm sure that they will be able to receive some services during the summertime or moving forward when they either transition to kindergarten or return back to the Head Start program for the second year.
Okay, very well. And let's talk about IDEA for a quick second, even though you didn't really mention it, but it does have a part to take in this discussion. There's approximately about 60% of the IDEA is utilized for Part C funds for direct services, which would include speech and occupational therapy for children. And as you know, on a national level, there is a move to cut back on those funds. What contingency are we working on here on the local level if in fact something like that happened?
As it relates to Part B and Part C, that's VIDE and Department of Health. So we do have an interagency agreement with both Part B and Part C, but specifically
30 seconds.
Specifically with IDA, I would have to have more information from VIDE and Department of Health about how they want to move forward with addressing those shortfalls. But of course, being the recipient, being that we have clients or children that will receive those services, we are going to have to be a part of that conversation.
Yes, and I'm very aware of all of the work and meetings that you are having in that area, which I appreciate. And I want to encourage you to continue those efforts because we have to prepare ourselves. And if in fact the national level does cut back on that funding and would then impede our children from receiving the services and programs that they deserve. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to our testifiers. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you, I know that there have been, well, first of all, I want to thank you and the Head Start Division for the work that you continue to do there. I know that you have many challenges, but it's not for the lack of effort. I know that there's a lot of hard work that goes into, again, making this a productive area within one of your components of Department of Human Services. What is the current state of affair at Head Start right now? I mean, post-pandemic and all these situations. I know you had the mandatory vaccine situation with some of the teachers and workers there. What is the current state? What grade would you give the current state of the Head Start program?
That's a hard question, Commissioner Amel George. That's a hard question to answer in regards to grade because we do have a lot of challenges that we're still working through.
Just be honest. I mean, I'll be honest with yourself and the community.
I'll give ourselves a B, striving to reach an A.
Okay, a B. A B. Okay, and giving yourself a B. And it's important that we're able to really galvanize and make an impact at that young age. That's the fundamental development of our young people. Some of our competitive countries really capitalize on that young early evaluation and early education to get the best out of their students. In terms of early evaluations, are you doing and conducting oral health, vision, testing, medical while these students are within Head Start?
Masika Lewis, Administrator for the Head Start program. Yes, those are part of our mandated testings. Coming into the Head Start program, we give each family a medical home. So we are conducting dental, we are conducting hearing screenings, speech screenings, lead testing, physicals for all families. So that is something that we are conducting within the Head Start program.
Okay, I'm too a Head Start student, I must say, and I went to Head Start in Shabert Housing Community. Right, Avril?
Same here, after Shabert Housing Community.
That's right. So I think it did well for me, and I'm sure that it's doing well for those other students as well. So you talk about some of that, I guess, rollback in terms of under-enrollment, and that there is an opportunity for you to appeal. Is there a timeline in which you intend to appeal? I heard in the conversation, in your testimony, you said that you intend to appeal. What is the timeline by which you intend to do that?
We have it's 30 days from that date on the letter, so we have up to June 19th to appeal.
Okay, so we button up on that. What's the timeline that you have set for yourself to get that appeal taken care of?
For me, I have maybe 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So for Commissioner George, you have 1 week to make sure that she gets it done in 2 weeks?
No, she's really always on point.
On point, so
Yeah.
good show. So Charles Emmanuel School, the shuttered Charles Emmanuel School was proposed to be a Head Start site. What is the status on that?
You want, go ahead. Go ahead.
We have turned in our 1303 application as it relates to Charles H. Emmanuel. However, we are awaiting a decision on it, whether or not we will be able to move forward if they will grant us the funding like they did with the other projects.
And in your testimony, I think you said that that in fact you have a number of special needs students and they're going through the evaluation. What is the hold up on that? I know some time back, just recently, we talked about payments that was owed to some of the providers. Have we made good on those payments to ensure that the IEPs and IEFPs are taken care of?
I can answer. We have some providers that have reached out to in regards to some concerns with payments, and the team is working with them to meet with them because some of it is on both sides. Claims being denied, going through the proper referral process, as well as us in our payment process. So as providers reach out, we have been meeting with them to try to come up with a solution where we can better proceed with payment and them going through the process.
Okay, very well. My time has been called, but it's very important that we're able to really ensure that those providers, provided with the funding, because it's so critical that we don't want to again disappoint our young students in not being able to get them payment.
A clarification is needed for the Head Start portion. The payments is on Department of Education, not on us. I spoke in regards to MAP payments. That's different.
Right, yes.
So for Head Start payments, the payments process is on Virgin Islands Department of Education, not Department of Human Services.
Okay. But I mean, you share the responsibility because the students are yours, but education is the one that paid for it.
Yeah.
So we want to
Share
make sure that-
responsibility.
Yes, yeah. All right, my time has been called. Again, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I look forward to our budget discussion as we move forward, because I think it's critical that we get a perspective of what's happening in terms of the federal fundings associated with Department of Human Services and these many programs that you have under your purview. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Novelli Francis Jr., and have a safe flight. Commissioner, yeah, I'm too a Head Start student in Pearson Gardens, then I transition over to Lockard Elementary School. Okay, so, Commissioner, see, I told you that you were going to get that high grade because the last time you were before the committee and I had given you that high grade, you said, no, you are at a low grade, but you see you're up to a B now.
I'm moving. I still have a lot of work to do to reach up to an A, but it's a work in progress.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, well, a B is doing good. Okay, so I wanted to just hammer down on that again with the income, the qualifications, because I'm so impressed with the services that Head Start provide. give us, for the parents that are listening, what are the qualifications? More like the financial portion so that the kids can qualify.
Okay. I don't have the poverty guidelines with me. However, age and income is most important. A child has to be turning 3 before December 31st. All SNAP recipients are eligible for the program. Also, TANF recipients, and if you're deemed homeless, you're also eligible for categorically eligible for the program. The poverty guidelines, we utilize the U.S. poverty guidelines as it relates to Head Start. So I will have to get that information for you specifically if it's a family of 1 or 2, but I don't have it readily available here.
Okay, so all of the persons that get the TANF and the SNAP automatically qualify?
Automatically eligible. So once you're a SNAP recipient, you come in, you register for Head Start, you're automatically eligible for the program, and then we move accordingly.
Okay, and then just a quick update, because I know with the hand, foot, and mouth disease, there were quite a few in the Head Start. Give us an update on how is that affecting the Head Start, or is it more or less under control now?
Right now, similar to what the Commissioner of Health said, the numbers have decreased quite a bit. Right now, I think I don't have any cases right now within our program. We had a strong mitigation plan as far as how we were handling hand, foot, and mouth, from reporting it to cleaning the space that was there. We worked with Department of Health. They came into our classrooms, worked with teachers. We had information that went out to parents. So we have pretty much have that space under control as it relates to the hand, foot, and mouth disease.
Okay, thanks. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again, Commissioner George, and good afternoon to Administrator Lewis for the Head Start program, and thank you for your testimony. Let me ask, in respect to the different Head Start programs and logistics. I know years ago when I managed the Housing Authority, almost every housing community had a Head Start program. How many Head Start programs do we have in those housing communities these days? How much in St. Thomas District and how much in St. Croix District?
So on St. Thomas, we have, we just had to move Bovoni. That was all, but we're servicing the children in Bovoni. In Wilhelm George, we're utilizing their community center. In Berg's Home, we're utilizing their community center. And in Savannah, we're utilizing a community center in Savannah. But specifically in the housing, Berg's Home and Bovoni are the ones that are in the housing.
District. What about St. Croix?
On St. Croix, let's see what we have.
Zero.
Zero.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hard to believe. Why?
Basically, after the storm, we lost a lot of areas. And then that's one of the main reasons why we are building some of our centers, and we're building them in spaces that are strategically close to those areas, but still away from them.
Okay, very well. And in the testimony and the chart, it shows for St. John Cruz Bay, 100%, but it's opening in September. Would that include the furnishings, etc.?
The furnishing is already in the classrooms. Yeah, everything is there. We just need staff, and then we have about 17 children that have been, that is eligible and ready to go into the classrooms.
Okay, because I know you said it can occupy 20 students, correct? 20 children?
Yeah. Yes.
But you have so it's adequate basically for St. John for now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's no waiting list.
For St. John, no.
Oh, that's good news. I'm happy to hear that. Okay, very well. Let me ask you, though, in respect to the different programs, I know I usually observe what went on in those programs, but in those Head Starts. But what type of new program do you have, or additional programs or tools to assist with the early childhood learning for those children? Do you know?
The question is what additional tools that we're utilizing.
Yes.
So for the upcoming school year, we're going to just be changing specifically our parent curriculum. We're going to be adding our Ready Rosie, which is something that's more engaging for families to utilize. Additionally, want to include back a lot of our apprenticeship programs. Prior to the storms, Head Start was a space where we had a lot of parent volunteers, and from those parent volunteers, that's one way that we employed a lot of those parents into becoming either teachers or assistant teachers, or just hiring them overall. So that is something that we want to bring back to the program for the upcoming school year as a means of having succession planning within the program.
And what about partnership and or relationships with different type of non-for-profit organization that deals with young people?
So this has been ongoing as well. So we have a lot of informal agreements with a lot of community partnerships within programs. I mean, throughout the community. Head Start, for years, we've been here for about 50 years, and those have been programs that we've been working with formal agreements and informal agreements throughout. So like our transition conferences, we work with VIDE, we work with the Office of Child Care and Regulatory Services and Head Start. So you have children and parents that are in education, families that are homeschooled, and in private settings, as well as Head Start families receiving pertinent information if they're going to be transitioning from Head Start into the kindergarten area. So those are ongoing relationships that we have with the community partnerships.
Okay.
But anything else you know of, let us know.
Very well, and in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Can you tell me the square footage of the Bolongo site? What the square footage of the Bolongo site?
The Bolongo Head Start is 14,776 square foot. Is a Head Start with an early Head Start conversion potential, and the student occupancy is 80.
And thank you so much for your responses, and Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Real quickly, I went to one of the school graduations, and one of the principals mentioned that some of the kids come there and they can't speak one lick of English. So tell me if you're experiencing those kinds of things in Head Start, and how are you addressing it?
Sure. Masika Lewis, Head Start Administrator. ESL, that is something that is very common in Head Start, and we try to employ as much staff that we have, that speak, that have multiple languages. So that is something that we encounter, yes, ESL. And the Head Start program in itself has a strong curriculum that lends itself to those families that are ESL learners. It's difficult for most kids, but once they're in a setting where they're able and they're exposed to the language, I think that is one way that it helps them when they transition to kindergarten. We have on St. Thomas, there's a strong Creole family, so we have about maybe 4 of our staff that speak Creole. On St. Croix, it's Spanish, and we do have staff on St. Croix that speak Spanish as well. So that we do have that means, but it's still a challenge. It is a challenge.
Mm-hmm. So let me follow up to that then. So, the vaccinations are important. So I assume you check the vaccinations. Tell me how you go about that, making sure that they all vaccinated or whatever is required.
It's Commissioner Avril George. We work hand in hand with Department of Health in regards to the immunization division and making sure that all children are up to speed and up to step in their vaccinations.
Okay, so all the kids meet the VI requirements for the immunization, vaccination, all that?
Yes, that's part of our requirements.
Okay, that's so good to know, because, with that measles thing that's, been spreading, you want to make sure that that's definitely, remain under control. I'm so glad to hear that. Senator Kurt Vele, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, I'm sorry, Senator Vele. Actually, it's Vice Chair Senator Hubert Fredericks. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, the listening and viewing audience, and my awesome staff, central staff. Good afternoon, all. Commissioner, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to review the Head Start program. Ms. Director Lewis, thank you for your time and testimony. My question, let's start with some basics. For example, what's the ratio of students in the Head Start program on St. Croix?
In the classroom?
In the classroom?
In a classroom, we have approximately 20 children.
Per
two, depending on the time frame. So generally, most of the classrooms have either 2 to 3 staff.
Okay.
It's 1 to 10.
Is that the same ratio on St. Thomas?
On St. Thomas, two staff and 20 children, give or take.
Because I thought you said the numbers were 390 on St. Croix and 2 something on St. Thomas. Is that correct?
Yes. So the total enrollment on St. Croix is 370 children.
70. Okay.
Yes, with 20 classrooms. And on St. Thomas, we have 261 children, and we have 14 classrooms.
In reference to the physical structure that's existing on St. Croix, I know we've got the brand new facility on the North Shore Drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a beautiful building. Excellent job.
That's not ours, Senator. That's Lutheran Social Services.
That
The
whole
one by,
building?
you talking about Glenn?
Yes.
That's
Well, no,
not-
not Glen. The near Good Hope Country Day.
That's not, that under Lutheran Social Services, not a Department of Human Services facility.
Okay, I see. Yeah. That is a nice building. Okay, so the 3 or 4 facilities you've got on St. Croix?
2.
Currently?
Physical, yeah.
3?
The ones that are being built?
The ones that are being built is 2, Concordia and Anna's Hope.
Okay. And what is their capacity?
Concordia uses a Head Start with early Head Start conversion potential, student occupancy 20, and then the Anna's Hope is a Head Start administration building.
Okay, good. What's the screening criteria, besides people who have SNAP and TANF, what's the requirements for eligibility besides just poverty? Is there any other criteria that people use?
Yes, there's other different selection criteria that is considered. Of course, the ones that I mentioned, which was SNAP, TANF, if a person is homeless, or foster care, those are categorically eligible children, families. However, if you're a person with a child with a special need, that is given priority points. Of course, if there's a family that's been referred from one of our agencies, that also that family will receive priority points as well. So the selection criteria varies as we go through. Children that are 4 years old that may only have 1 year in Head Start, that is also given priority points as well.
Let me add a quick shout
Just for
out.
correction, the Lutheran Social Service facility you're talking about is for early Head Start.
Early Head Start, okay. I too attended the Ralph D. Shepard.
Just like I did.
So we're all alumni, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this shows how important early Head Start is. Real quick, Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yes.
In terms of any kind of medical personnel on property, do we have any at these facilities? Any nurse assistant or anything like that?
No, we don't have any nurses per se that's on that's within Head Start as far as on the property. What we do have are is health managers and health aides, and they facilitate the health portion of the program as it relates to ensuring families work with getting all their health packages and different things together. But there are no nurses that are employed by the Head Start program on the property.
Okay. So, Commissioner, I'm going to give you a high B+. So, I'm sorry. I think you're doing an awesome job, and you keep impressing me when you come. So, when we get our budget markup, I'll be thinking about you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Senator Frederick, Vice Chair. You see, we're all giving you good grades, Commissioner. we see the difference in the Human Services Department.
It's teamwork, teamwork.
Under your leadership, definitely. Senator Kurt Vele, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard my good senator from St. Croix say that he went to Head Start and Chabot Project, but in his days it was kindergarten. I don't think Chabot had any Head Start. I think it was street kindergarten. There was one in Red Brick and those other areas. I don't know anybody in our age bracket that didn't go to a private institution if they could remember if they went to a Head Start. I don't think so. I'll poll my colleagues that is my age bracket. But let me go to some questions. The program, the Early Head Start that is run by Lutheran Social Service, I know we went to the dedication of the building, but was it ever open actually having students in those classrooms?
No, it's not open as yet, Senator.
So are they going to open this year?
I don't know.
That's a beautiful building, I know, but I'm passing across and I'm not seeing any activity. So I think we'll have to find out from Lutheran Social Services as to exactly what is going on. The building is fully equipped, but I have not seen one student in that building since it was dedicated. When was it dedicated, last year?
Last year.
Last year, and
Yeah.
the building remained empty. So we got to find out what's going on there. Do we have any students on a waiting list?
For St. Thomas, St. Croix, you talking for Head Start? No.
Yes, for Head Start.
Yeah, we do.
Go ahead.
So we have a wait list specifically for next school year. We have a total of about 354 students. The breakdown is as follows. On St. Croix, we have 149 students. On St. Thomas, 188. And on St. John, 17.
And this is the wait list?
This is the wait list of children that is scheduled to, that are eligible for next school year.
Okay, and I asked that question because I'm looking at your current 794, your revised 637, current enrollment 631. Are we going to be able to accommodate all students who are eligible on the wait list?
If we are successful, yes. If we are not, we probably will have some families that will be on the wait list. And part of the Head Start performance standard speaks to always having at least half of your funded enrollment, at least having half of the number of your funded enrollment on a wait list for the coming year. So right now, we are meeting the standards by having like 354 students. And this was truly an effort, team effort.
Hold on 1 second. So if we're able to, by staff and et cetera, accommodate those students, we should not have 20.5% below the funded enrollment. We should be able to meet the entire funded enrollment?
Not for 794. We don't have the capacity to hold 794 at this point.
Capacity in terms of space or
Capacity
staffing?
in terms of space, yes, sir.
And with the opening of these new facilities, we still won't have the capacity?
With the opening of these new facilities, we would have the capacity to some degree because as we are opening centers, we are also looking at some of the centers that we may want to close. Basically, just looking at the space that's available for us. The key thing with us is quality over quantity.
And I believe in quality over quantity. However, students that we're not able to accommodate, they're losing out on a comprehensive early childhood education and at times getting no education at all at home, and then they're coming into kindergarten. Some not knowing the ABCs and those other areas. I didn't realize the time will go so quick. Mr. Chair, can I ask 2 more questions?
Yes, sure.
The speech therapy, occupational therapy, resource services, who pays for that? Department of Education or DHS?
Those are services from the Department of Education.
So the IEPs follow those students when they go into the regular public school enrollment?
Yes, the IEPs are to follow once they transition over to kindergarten.
Individuals who are receiving SNAP and TANF and actually have children who are that 3 or 4 year old bracket, is it mandated by Human Services that they must enroll in the Head Start program?
Mandated that they must enroll in Head Start? No, there's no mandate that they must enroll in any of the pre-K programs, specifically Head Start.
Okay, because we know that, public education is mandatory for all students, and we know that Head Start is a tremendous opportunity for students to get a head start in terms of education. And it would really be, I think it would be wise for us to look at making sure that those students who are receiving SNAP and TANF, that we're able to provide them with that early childhood education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kurt Vealey. Senator Milton Potter, Senate President, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner George and Administrator Lewis. Thank you very much for all that you do at the Department of Human Services. I know it is no easy task what you're up against, so we appreciate what you do. How has the Department of Human Services adapted? How have you adapted your outreach efforts post-COVID? I know you said after COVID, during COVID, or since COVID, you've struggled like other entities throughout the country with regards to enrollment. Is there any, or has there been any adjustments to your outreach efforts in light of that?
Commissioner Avril George, we have done fairs. We have made ourselves a presence at other department, other department fairs, Department of Health, when they have the health wellness fair, we're there with our Head Start tables, our child care tables. We also go on radio shows. We do our social media outblast. But the team's presence at every event for the community has been tremendous.
Okay. So, I'm just, you can help me understand. Since the enrollment decreased as a result of COVID, now that COVID has subsided for the last couple of years, what do you think is leading to the continued reduction or hesitation, I guess, if that's the word?
I don't think what we haven't faced here within the islands, unlike in the States, is that we now have universal pre-K. Those universal pre-K has, they're in every class, every school within the territory. And also, when you look at our poverty guidelines, as we raise different things like minimum wages, that also makes those families not eligible for the program as well. So it's twofold.
Got you. So now with our new structures being built, major, beautiful structures, if the enrollment continues to decline, is there something, have you thought about that? Are we gonna have to make some adjustments, consolidation? I don't know, just asking.
I don't think the enrollment will decline any further, more so than we're seeing, because we've pretty much have all the universal pre-K classrooms opening. Right now it's just a matter of services and giving the best quality education that we can to those students that are there.
Got you. With regards to the transition from Head Start to kindergarten, is there a partnership between Head Start and kindergarten to ensure that there is a smooth transition for these youngsters who are moving up from Head Start and moving into the more traditional, higher level learning environment? Is that something, what's that relationship like, or is there a relationship?
So yes, there is a relationship. We do not have a formal agreement. However, for the past couple years, we have worked and partnered with Department of Education. Like I said, for families, we have transition conferences that we host on St. Thomas and on St. Croix, and as we get the St. John Center on board, they will have a transition conference on St. John as well. We also have the students also visit the classrooms, the kindergarten classrooms. Each year, they welcome us into their settings so children are able to see what their classrooms will look like, how their the day-to-day activity is for the children. So we have it twofold, one that supports the children that are moving and one that supports the family. And of course, we could build on that.
Yeah, I love what you're doing, but I see value in actually formalizing that.
Yes.
I think it can only really benefit and help these youngsters at this very critical, transition period. So I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, I'm good. Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you very much for what you do.
Point of inquiry.
Senator Vele, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much. I want to clear up the enrollment. We don't have decline in enrollment. We have limited space because we have individuals who are on the wait list. Is that correct?
This year has been one of our strongest wait lists, Senator Vele. That was a concerted effort to get it to this level. Within the past couple years, historically, when we look at our enrollment, we have not surpassed 685. So we actually have two things. We have 754 is our capacity. Our largest enrollment, I would say, within the last 3 years has been about 686. Currently, we're at 631. So it's both. We do have under enrollment, and we do have a capacity problem. However, a capacity challenge. However, for this school year, through a lot of efforts and really promoting the Head Start program, this year we can say we have a strong wait list going into the new school year.
So you think you'll be able to meet the 794 federal enrollment capacity?
For the next school year, no. We don't have the space to hold 794.
But you have the bodies for 794?
The bodies as in children?
Yes.
I don't think we're quite at 794. So with this 354 and looking at our returning children, we're not quite at 794, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to put publicly on the record that you're increasing enrollment. We're using the word decline in enrollment, 20%. You're increasing enrollment. But you have some space limitation, but you're pushing the enrollment up. I just wanted you to put that on the record.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Vele. And continuing in that line, right? Sometimes we have to toot our horn. And the Head Start program is one of the good programs that we have. I know the Commissioner, Averill George, have some other major issues in human services. The Medicaid program, et cetera, always jumps out. But basically, it's good to learn that even though, with the new Trump administration, the cutbacks are not going to affect the enrollment for Head Start, because as came out today, most of the senators here, including myself, are products of the Head Start. Me being a Head Start, member in Pearson Gardens, I remember about 2-3 minutes of it, but I do remember going to Head Start. In there, I remember this one girl, Francine, and Cleve Hansen, who is still my good friend. We went Lockwood together, so it's a good program, and it's also, they're building new Head Start buildings. I think it's about 5 of them that's going, and most of them are going to be completed this year. So Head Start program is a good program, and those families that do qualify, the SNAP and the TANF, if your kids are not in the Head Start, you need to take a look at bringing them in. So I think, colleagues, Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your point of information.
I wanted to ask, regarding the appeal that you mentioned, Commissioner, what is the department's strategy for the appeal of the federal funding reduction?
Go ahead. You want to answer? Mm-hmm.
The overarching goal is to get the funding back to the initial start, which is the 10 million, and basically preparing an application that speaks to the services that we will be utilizing. The number, of course, will have to be reduced because we're not at that funded enrollment of 794. It will be a reduced number, but showing where those fundings support all the services that we do within the program. So it's to get it back to the initial $10 million to support personnel costs, to support services implementation, and then also to show where, while we may have a reduced enrollment, based on that capacity, we need the funding.
Okay. Do you feel confident?
Yeah, I do. I feel confident that they will see our needs.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Milton Potter, Senate President. So, colleagues, I think we've expanded our line of questioning for the Commissioner and the Head Start program, and also Ms. Lewis, the Administrator. So, you know, I'd just like to allow the Commissioner to give a wrap-up, 1 minute wrap-up. You may proceed, Commissioner.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here for the day. I'd like to especially thank our DHS team. And like we're talking about Head Start, the entire Head Start staff headed by Administrator Lewis and Assistant Administrator Richardson. And I also want to thank the Brian Roach administration for all that they do to assist us in our processes. The team is looking forward to our opening of our new facilities and just making sure that we continue to do good by the people of our community. So I thank and praise the DHS entire staff for all that we do. And thank you, Senator Fonseca, and the rest of the senators for having us here today, and know that we're available if you have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Commissioner. So, you know, today the committee, we had 3 bills on the agenda. Bill 36-0050, an act repealing and reenacting with amendments, Title 27 Virgin Islands Code relating to the regulation of the profession of social work. And that bill was approved unanimously, and I was forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. We also acted on 2 other bills, Bill number 36-0051, which dealt with the Board of Licensure for the social work, and that also was approved. I think there was 1 non-voting, and then also Bill number 36-0043, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code by increasing the penalties for sanitation laws violation. That was also approved, unanimously and forwarded to the rules. So today we also wanted to give tribute to those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. As you know, yesterday was Memorial Day. And we must always remember and appreciate those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. We spoke about 3 local Virgin Islands heroes, Kendall Emmanuel George from St. John, Vigo Sua from St. John, and Emil White from St. Thomas. A good friend of mine, Emil White, we grew up together. He lost his life. All of them lost their lives in sacrifice to the country so that we can maintain our liberties and freedom in their 20s. And they all have been dedicated or have something named in their honor. So I'd like to thank all of the committee members. I'd like to thank all of the staff of the legislature. I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time out to listen to all of the important matters that the Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services had before you today. And at this time, the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services is adjourned.